I've always wanted to be a homeowner. I grew up in this nice house with my mom, dad, and older brother. We had a yard with a swing and a sandbox and a big grill where my dad used to make hot dogs. And then the recession hit. We had to sell the house and get an apartment. It wasn't bad, but it was weird having to go from having my own room to sharing one with my brother. I decided that I would live the kind of life that allowed me to have a place like that of my own. I tried to get a good job, but something always killed the momentum. The housing crisis, the pandemic, and this endless parade of things that I couldn't control. Even if I handled my job well, I had to start over again and again. Cutbacks, layoffs, restructuring, whatever you call it. I got a remote job some years ago and decided to go for it. I found a cheap house on the top of Hilltop. Not the biggest place, but it was my own and I could work remotely. Hilltop is not a big city and it's not the most exciting area. But if you've ever been a homeowner, you have to make some concessions. It was a one-story building that had been empty for years. 4 rooms, a large bathroom, and a refurbished kitchen. A garage that wasn't connected to the main building. There was a storm cellar too. I'll be honest, my first thought was, I messed up. When I got there with all my furniture in boxes, I didn't know what to do. The floors were a mess, the bathroom didn't have warm water, I barely had any reception, and I couldn't get the Wi-Fi working. But what's done is done, and day by day, I made it a little better. New doors for the garage, new floors. Fixed the bathroom tiling and redid some of the plumbing. I hired some guys to trim the yard, plant some bushes, and add some stepstones out front. The place gradually transformed. Even if there were some strange groans and creaks when it got windy. I was proud to call that place a home. I had my own yard, my wallpaper, and my furniture. Kitchen table, 2 chairs, a vintage leather couch. Not too shabby. I was happy with that place. I would work from about 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening with a 1.5-hour lunch. Sometimes I had to take client calls later in the day, and then I could compensate by sleeping in and starting later the day after. I do have a lot of technical illustrations for guidebooks and also act as a reviewing consultant. I get handed something that's been worked through a dozen times when they need someone with a nice title to put a final stamp of approval. It pays well, but if you don't pay attention, you can screw yourself out of a job. I had lived in Hilltop for about 1.5 years. It was summer not that long after 4th of July. You could still see remnants of red, white, and blue balloons downtown. It was closing in on the weekend, but I had gotten a bunch of last-minute things to chug through because of a scheduling error. They had accidentally written the wrong date, and something that I thought was due in August was in fact due in a couple of days. I had to pull a series of all-nighters. I was living on these cheap boxes of Chinese food that I would save up in the freezer, along with a big box of cheap energy drinks. Not my usual forte, but I was working 16 to 18 hours a day and barely looking up from my screen. I had a pillow next to my workstation for micro naps. I usually read a lot of my work on a tablet, but I had to sit uncomfortably in order to stay awake. Even then, I had a guy calling me once every 6 hours to get a status update. I had this default ringtone that had seared into my brain like a tattoo. I was on day 3 and I had had about 4 hours of sleep the night prior, and I was just over halfway done overall. It looked like I was going to meet my deadline in a couple of days, if only by a hair. At one point I got up to have my 3rd energy drink of the day, and I splashed some cold water on my face. My hands were shaking, but I was so into my work that I wasn't really paying attention. If I had, I would have looked out the window. I would have noticed the man walking up my driveway. Just as the sun began to set, there was a knock on my door. I nearly choked on my drink. I had only ever had delivery guys knock on my door, no visitors. I didn't know enough people in the area yet. Looking out the kitchen window, I could see that there was somebody standing at the front door. I hadn't put in a peephole yet, so I wasn't sure about letting him in. Walking up to the door, I called out, "Excuse me, who is it?" "Lars, I used to live here." "All right. Can I come in?" I looked around. The place wasn't a mess per se, but I wasn't ready for company. I had things to do. "Hey, sorry, I'm a bit busy at the moment. How about next weekend?" "Oh, I won't be long," he interrupted. "Please, it's serious." "Do you need help? Should I call someone?" "Look, I don't have much. Never mind." Seconds later, the lock clicked and the door swung open. The front door was one of the few things that I hadn't replaced yet, and apparently this man had an old key. Lars was a man in his early 60s. Long white hair, slim and tall build, a messy beard that could use a trim. The moment that he stepped in, he slammed the door shut and locked it. I was already taking a step back towards the bathroom, getting ready to call the cops. He held up a hand showing that he wasn't armed. "Oh, I need something from the bedroom," he said. "It'll take 5 seconds. 5 seconds and I'm out. Please." I was scrambling to find the right words. I got in the way, I yelled, I pointed, but I didn't know what else to do. I wasn't prepared. I could pull a knife on the guy, but was I ready to stab him? I didn't know, so I didn't do it. I just followed him, holding up my phone as a threat. He didn't seem to mind. He jogged into the bedroom, only to notice that I had put in a wardrobe that covered one of the walls. The thing was nailed to the floor and he wasn't about to move it anytime soon. He threw the doors open and crawled in, smacking the back of the wardrobe with his open fist. "Damn it," he called out. "A wardrobe? And they never put in wardrobes. Why now?" He got back out and looked me in the eye. He thought about what to say for a couple of seconds and then he spoke in a low voice. "I know this is weird. I know. But do you have an axe or some kind of power tool? I'm not helping you mess up my wall. It's a matter of life and death. Well, then we need to call the police. It's not that simple." As he raised his voice, we stopped and turned. There was another knock on the front door. Lars looked at me as if silently asking if I was expecting company. I shook my head. Someone knocked for a second time. I stepped back into the main hall. I could hear muffled voices coming from outside. "Sir, would you kindly open the door? It's an urgent matter." Lars looked at me with these wide eyes, shaking his head. "I can hear y'all walking around in there." The muffled voice continued. "Don't make me wait now." "What is this about?" I asked. "Oh, you got our buddy in there, right? Long hair, looks like shit." "Yeah?" Lars swore under his breath and bolted for the back door, the one that opened into my beautifully trimmed yard. He pulled the door open and sprinted for the woods. Some of the voices on the other side of the door stepped away to speak into some kind of radio, and seconds later I heard a barking dog. It didn't take them long to come around the back of the house. I saw a German shepherd bring Lars to the ground as 2 men with rifles zip-tied his hands behind his back. I've never heard that kind of pained scream before, but it was only a prelude. My heart was beating out of my chest, and the energy drinks weren't helping. "If you don't open this door in 6 seconds, it's coming down. You want me to start counting?" "I'm not a part of this," I said. "I'm not a part of any of this." "Well, then you'll be fine." "We'll all be fine. Nothing but sunshine and rainbows." I opened the door. There were 6 men outside, making them 8 in total with the 2 out back. 8 men and a German shepherd. The 2 up front were about Lars's age with trimmed white hair and beards. Military, maybe law enforcement. Both had rifles resting on their stomachs with their arms crossed. Nondescript black baseball caps, blue fatigues, and bulletproof vests. Handcuffs, stun guns, pepper spray, 2 sidearms. One on the hip and one across the chest. as they dragged Lars back into the house, kicking and screaming. The man at the door gave me a big smile. "Oh, thank you kindly," he said. "Name's Jerome, and this here's Marcus. Mind if we come in?" I didn't say anything, I just stepped aside. Even if I managed to call for help, I'd be dead in 5 seconds if I made any sudden moves. These people weren't messing around. Jerome walked right past me, but the second guy, Marcus, stopped and held out his hand. "Phone," he said. "Please." I handed it to him. He nodded, putting it in his breast pocket. "I got one of these too," he nodded. "Sorry about the inconvenience." One by one, a full squad of what looked like an armed militia crowded into my house. They closed and locked the front door as somebody bandaged Lars' leg. There was a big splotch of blood on the hallway carpet. It was enough that I could smell it, but it was quickly getting overpowered by sweat and gun oil. They had to keep an eye on me without diverting their attention from Lars, and they settled on sitting me down in the living room. I had been compliant enough that they didn't handcuff me, but they zip-tied my feet just so that I wouldn't get any ideas. That and one of the youngers of the group had his attention completely on me. They took one of my 2 chairs and strapped Lars to it. As they did, Jerome leaned back with a cigarette. Before he lit it, he looked over at me. "Do you mind?" I wanted to say yes, but the words caught in my throat. I ended up coughing, and Jerome nodded, putting the cigarette away. "Fair's fair. We're gonna have a chat with our buddy here, and we'll be gone in no time. Sound good to you?" "Great. Yeah, that's great. Fantastic." He slapped his hands together as they tightened Lars' straps and pulled up my second kitchen chair. He turned it around and leaned on the backrest. He seemed comfortable with this, not a drop of sweat. And they asked him a couple of basic questions just to get him talking. They asked for his full name, date of birth, and where he was born. When they asked what year it was and what day and who's the president, that's when things got complicated. Lars didn't seem to know. Jerome didn't seem to like that, not one bit. "You know why we ask those questions. It's to measure cognition and function. And if I'm to believe any shit that crawls out of your mouth, you better get that cognition and function tip-top, my friend. So I ask again, who's president?" I haven't been keeping up, You don't know our commander-in-chief." "I don't. You've been living under a rock or something." They laughed at that. Some of them laughed a little bit too hard. For a moment, Lars looked up and met my eyes across the room. There was something that he was trying to say, but I couldn't tell what. Maybe he was asking me not to get involved. Jerome shook his head and patted the German Shepherd. It wagged its tail so hard that it almost knocked over a lamp. 26 years and counting. We've had one hell of a time planning your welcome home party. And here you are, stepping out of the dark and back into the light. Like what's it called? Lazarus, Marcus added. Like Lazarus of Bethany. Like Lazarus of goddamn Bethany. Jerome smacked his knee as he punctuated each word, and then he pointed at me with his full hand. "You read your Bible, sir?" "I don't have one." "Don't get more American than that," he laughed. "True blue, an honest sinner. Pay attention, Lazarus. You're gonna need a role model." And then he closed his fist, leaned back, and crushed Lars's nose in a strike so violent that it knocked the chair over. The dog started barking but was held back by his handler as the zip tie stopped me from jumping out of my seat. The man keeping an eye on me held up a hand, silently asking me to settle down. They got him back and straightened him out. Lars gasped for air, wheezing through a broken nose. There was already swelling on his face, making one eye halfway closed. "Word association time," Jerome said. Car. What? Jerome slapped him across the face. It wasn't hard, but anything stings with a broken nose. Lars flinched and closed his eyes. Jerome tried again. Car. Loan. Home. House. Box. Lars hesitated. Jerome raised his hand and grinned, but didn't strike a second time. He turned to the others as if acknowledging that he was onto something. Box, he repeated. Your turn, lassie boy. Distant. And now you're lying. That's not how people do this. You see, I said one-syllable words. It's in the nature of people to match that, so when you don't, you know that you're considering your words. You're lying. Now, if you had said gone, that'd be different. But you said distant. That's not what it is it? He leaned a little closer, teasing the stun gun on his belt. He continued, quieter, almost whispering, It's not distant at all, is it? The line of questioning continued. A lot of them implied that Lars had been somewhere far away for a prolonged period of time. They asked him things like the name of the port of entry and the name of his sponsor. Lars tried his best to answer, but sometimes his words would get a bit muddled up because of the blood. Jerome could explode into violence at the drop of a hat, and he did. They had been here for about half an hour when he got into something that I remember in detail. They had wiped Lars's nose with a paper towel, and two of the guys had started walking around the house looking for something. I figured it was whatever was in the bedroom, but I didn't want to say anything. You know what's funny? Jerome asked. I thought you'd stop aging by now. I thought you'd be a spring chicken once you got back. It don't work like that. I can tell. You look like shit. Occupational hazard. Oh, you got jokes, Jerome smiled. Man's got jokes. You want to hear one of mine? Lars didn't answer. He just looked down and shook his head. A gun sits down at a bar and asks the bartender who the pretty girl at table 1 is. The bartender says, I don't know. And then the gun asks who the handsome guy at table 2 is. The bartender says, I don't know. And then the gun asks who the cute old lady sitting at table 3 is. Again, the bartender says, I don't know. Jerome removes his pistol from its holster and undoes the safety. He continues the story looking down at his gun. And then the bartender asks, why do you want to know? Why are you asking about all these people? And you know what the gun says? He slowly lifts the pistol and rests it in the flat space of Lars's forehead. I just want to bang, man. For a moment, I think he's gonna pull the trigger. Not from his face, but the face of the others. People behind Lars step away. One of the guys shields his face, expecting blood. Jerome doesn't give away anything, but I can tell that they're waiting for something to happen. Lars looks at me one more time as if asking me a silent question. I don't know if he's begging me to speak or to shut the hell up. I can't tell, but I don't want a man dying in my house. The bedroom, I say, my mouth dry like powder. He was looking for something in the bedroom. Jerome tilted his head up, pulling his gun back. In the wall behind the wardrobe. He asked if I had an axe. I continue. No shit. I shook my head. Jerome put away his gun and got out of his chair, patting Lars on the head like an obedient dog. Oh, look at that, Jerome exclaimed. Look at that. Lazarus won't have to come back twice after all. He got his own Lord and Savior right here with zip-tied feet. Ain't that something? Jerome's right-hand man Marcus pulled out a combat knife and hurried into the bedroom. Within seconds, I could hear pounding on the wall. I tried to meet Lars's eyes, but he didn't move. I got the impression that maybe I chose wrong. As the pounding continued, I got a couple more snippets of context. Lars had been gone for 26 years and these people knew each other at some point. Lars would mention names of friends that they had in common and used to know, some of whom who had passed. Jerome didn't bat an eye. There was also the issue of where he had been. They kept talking about him as if he had been dead, but he had clearly done something. Lars had been somewhere that Jerome was eager to know more about, but it was spoken about more as something abstract than a physical place. When asked how far he delved, Lars didn't answer with a measurement of feet or meters. He answered in levels. Apparently he had been down 12 levels, whatever that meant. When asked about other people, Lars acknowledged that he had seen others. There was a city and there were businesses and infrastructure, and strange inventions based on flora and fauna that didn't exist. They got those blue sunflowers all the way down at Adventureland? Jerome asked. Yeah, Lars nodded. Sure they do. They kill people over there. Lars hesitated and then nodded. Jerome smiled at that. You ever seen one come back? And Lars nodded again. He answered questions like how big the sun was or how many hours of the day there were. There was also this one date that kept coming back up, 2030. That seemed to confirm something that Jerome was suspecting. Some of the people in the room looked genuinely unnerved at looking back and forth. One of them had to sit down, wipe a tear, and blow his nose. After a while, the pounding on the bedroom wall stopped. I heard wood break and something plastic getting dragged out. Marcus returned with what looked like a small box wrapped in a dozen plastic shopping bags and secured with duct tape. It's not gonna help, Lars said. You gotta stop this, it won't help. You're a devil and you don't even know it, Jerome spat. Been spitting so much poison that my ears can turn green. Get the bag open. Marcus slammed the box onto my kitchen table and cut it open with his combat knife. Jerome motioned towards me. Secure him. We gotta find out how much he knows. The guy who had shed a tear stepped up and zip-tied my hands. He mumbled a quiet sorry as he did, making sure that they weren't too tight. As he stepped away, he gave me a pat on the shoulder before returning to watching me with his hands on a rifle. He gave Jerome a nod as Marcus unwrapped the package. The box was this completely black cube, about 10 inches on each side. It didn't have any visible ports or holes, but it was hard to see from where I was sitting. Marcus held it up over the table, dropped it, and it didn't make a sound as it touched the table. He did it again, and we all just watched in awed silence. I've never seen anything like that. It was just silence. It even fell slow, like it was light as a feather. Holy shit, you actually kept the damn thing, Jerome mumbled. But I guess you gotta leave a door open when you walk away, huh? You don't know what you're doing. I know that I ain't dumping it in a river and hoping God sorts it out for me. How about that? Jerome raised his voice with every word, sparking a barrage of barking from the German shepherd matching his energy. The handler had to struggle to hold it back as it gnashed its teeth, straining to get loose. It was only after Jerome sat back down that the dog had calmed. You think I'm unfair? Jerome asked. You think it's just me? Lars didn't answer, so Jerome turned to me. He pointed with his full hand. Sir, I'm gonna need you to answer a hypothetical. He got up and picked up the cube. It seemed so light in his hands that he could spin it around with the flick of a thumb. Imagine you're in heaven, Jerome said. Angels, Cloud9, movie stars giving lap dances on Apple Pie Lane. You're living it up, thanking the good Lord for a life well spent. You with me? Yeah. Now one day somebody comes up to you and whispers in your ear. And he says, you know what, this ain't heaven. This is hell. And one day all these angels are gonna look your way and they're gonna show their real teeth. And those teeth are gonna be soft, rotten black. It's gonna happen. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. And then you'll be in a world of shit. Forever. I swallowed hard as he stepped over to look me in the eye. He bent down, flinching as his knees cracked a little. Now, would you want that man to tell you that? Would you want to know what's gonna happen, or would you like to stick to a life of pleasure and Christmas mornings? For all you know, that day ain't ever gonna come. And if it does, wouldn't you want to spend every waking moment up until that point living what little life you have? He looked at me expectantly. I opened my mouth, shut it again, and then nodded. I'd want to be happy. If it's already too late, I would want to be happy. He would want to be happy. Jerome nodded solemnly. Oh, that's a wise man right there. Happiness is a fleeting thing, and we gotta treasure it now, don't we? I nodded. Lars kept looking down at the floor, staying quiet. My phone rang. I heard it coming from Marcus's pocket. I had this default ringtone to recognize job calls. I was late for my 6-hour check-in and somebody was making sure that I hadn't fallen asleep at the keyboard. Marcus picked up my phone and surprisingly answered. Go for 2. And then he looked confused. Looking down at the phone, I could see this realization come over him. The others turned to him, looking horrified as he dropped the phone on the ground and stepped on it. For a couple of seconds, this silence settled on the house, undercut only by Lars's wheezing breaths. It had the same damn ringtone, Marcus said, picking up his own phone from another pocket. It sounds the same. You answered the wrong phone. Jerome got up so fast that he knocked over his chair. He stepped over, readied his pistol, and shot my phone 3 times. The bangs were so loud that they bounced against the walls, making my ears screech and crackle. He was yelling something about doing it right and looking ready to pistol whip someone. Meanwhile, Lars is giving me a look. With his eyes, he's looking over at me like he's trying to hint at something. I follow his eyes to the side of the couch that I'm sitting on. It's an older model, leather with sewn-in buttons on the armrests. Probably something from Lars's era. Looking a little closer, I realize the buttons are held in place with a sharp metal wire, sharp enough to cut through a zip tie. As the armed men kept arguing back and forth, I managed to snap one side of the zip ties. It was surprisingly easy, only needing a couple of twists and a pop. They didn't seem to notice. They were too busy discussing something. My ears were still ringing, but Jerome was yelling something about interference, while another man was doing a countdown. Finally, Jerome picked up his own phone and checked something. The signal's out, Jerome spat. Time's up. Take this piece of crap outside. I don't want to sully this man's floor. One of them grabbed Lars's chair and started dragging him out into the yard. I was still pretending to keep my hands together, as if the zip ties were still in one piece. Marcus kept getting pushed around. It was clear that he had done something bad by answering some kind of unsanctioned phone. As Lars disappeared around the corner, he gave me one last look. A terrified, genuine look. And this one I understood perfectly. I was in danger. And Jerome walked over to me and leaned down. I held my hands together, pretending to be stuck. We'll deal with this and be out of your hair, he said. But we have to check something on you too. It's protocol. And I know you've seen some things, but I feel that I can trust you. So once we're done, we're gonna let you go. But you gotta work with us a little longer. So I'm safe. Yeah, you're safe. For sure. For sure. Really? He looked me in the eye, squinted a little, and then smiled. Yeah, really. Maybe he didn't realize that I was using his own trick against him. Maybe he didn't care. It was the same interrogation thing that he had done to Lars. If that trick was the real deal, then he was lying to me. Too many syllables. Jerome picked up the cube and joined the others out back. One man stayed behind to watch me while another checked out my bathroom. "Got a tub," someone called out. I wasn't safe. I don't know how I know, but I knew. For a brief moment, I'm alone with the one man watching me, but he's looking out the back door, only keeping me in the corner of his eye. There's no way that I can go toe-to-toe with these guys, so I have to try something else. I don't know how much time I had, but I had to be slow and methodical. I waited for him to look back at me one more time, and then I burst into action as he turned away. I leaned back and opened the window behind me. It's quiet and they're new. And then I get up and slowly shimmy forward. There's a small storage space right ahead across the room. I didn't have time to fill it with anything, so I could possibly fit in there. It is surprisingly fast and the guy seems distracted. My entire body jerks as another gunshot goes off in the distance. I manage to get inside the storage space the second that he turns around to look. All he sees is an open window and an empty couch. He screams at the others and rushes outside. I don't think he even knew that there is a storage space. I take a moment to snap the zip ties around my ankles. I don't have any weapons and I can't stay there indefinitely. They'd find me. If they wanted to deal with me, they'd pick the house apart. They seemed to be in a hurry. I had never actually been in that storage space fully before. There's a small hatch at the bottom of the back wall. It had been painted over, but it's literally just a piece of plywood. Knowing the layout, I figured it would lead straight into the guest bedroom. I hadn't done much in there yet, seeing as I wasn't expecting any guests. Leaning down, I put pressure on the plate and it popped out, ripping a piece of the wallpaper on the other side. And none of them were in the guest bedroom. They were rushing out of the yard and heading for the front. I could climb out a window into the back and disappear into the woods. It was my best shot. I put the plywood plate back, locked the guest bedroom door, and I climbed out a window. And that's where I saw Lars. He was still tied to a chair and lying in the middle of the yard, shot in the back just above the heart. There was so much blood. My socks touched the wet grass as the evening air slipped into my lungs. I stepped forward, keeping my head low. There was no one around. As I got closer, I noticed that he was still breathing, albeit faintly. I bent down next to him and he tightened his fist and looked me in the eye. Wait here. He smacked the grass with his hands, and still looking me in the eye, he stopped breathing. I touched his shoulder, but there was no life there. Just more blood pooling in the grass, soaking into my socks. As I straightened my back and considered the woods, a low noise snapped me to attention. The sound of a growling German shepherd, rounding the corner of my house. If I hadn't stopped, I would have run straight into the woods. I would have run and I would have kept going. But I didn't. I stopped for a few seconds and that was all that it took for that dog to catch my scent. And the handler rounded the corner whistling. And seconds later, people were coming out of every door of the house. Jerome was the first holding his cube. "What are you doing out here?" he chuckled. "I thought I told you to cooperate." "You were gonna shoot me." "Now how can you possibly know that?" "You were, weren't you?" Jerome pondered the question, tasting his answer before he spit it out. "I was, and I am." He raised his pistol, giving me a shrug. "I was gonna let you go, but you seen too much. I'm sorry, genuinely." For a moment, life slows down. I feel my heart beating out of my chest. I try to think in 1,000 directions at once, as if there is a secret third option that I'm not considering. I look at Jerome, at Marcus, at Lars, and the dog. Someone, something, somewhere, anything. The cube is so black that I can barely see the edges of it, but the gun doesn't move. It doesn't look away. The moment that Jerome pulls the trigger, he slips. Not much, but just enough for the bullet to graze my ear instead of piercing my cerebellum. My face feels like it's on fire as a scorching liquid rolls down the side of my neck. I look over at Jerome as I see the ground under him moving. Something has wrapped itself around his leg. A hand. A pale, thin hand. I don't stop to think. I turn and run, and as I do, gunfire goes off. Even in my panicked state, I notice one thing. They're not shooting at me. Someone is screaming and then another. As I get to the edge of the forest, I can hear Lars's voice. It's hoarse and dry, but it's unmistakably his, albeit different. He yells, but I can barely hear it over the gunfire.
I've been back so many times. So many times, so many times.
I look over my shoulder. The yard is a massacre. There are people coming out of the ground, men in their 60s, all with white hair and messy beards. Some are almost completely skeletal, and others looked like they had barely begun decomposing. One of them is almost 8 feet tall, with gangly limbs that reach all the way to the ground. Jerome backs away, holding up the cube like a shield as he makes a retreat. Others are being dragged to the ground and torn to pieces. Gunfire ceased to the sound of cackling laughter and snapping joints, as Lars's voice echoes in a dozen different mouths.
I knew you'd be coming. Not a surprise to me. Not a welcome home party. Home ground, home ground.
The laughter echoes as identical voices join in a ceaseless shriek, repeating the same words over and over. I'm just standing there for a couple of seconds, but it feels like minutes, hours. More hands reach out of the ground as the entire yard begins to dissolve. A couple of them run for it. The handler with the dog backs away, firing indiscriminately. Somebody is already at a car out front, and I can hear an engine starting. Jerome is already gone. Marcus makes it to the back door but doesn't get the chance to step through. The upper half of a decomposed torso grabs his leg, pulling his pants halfway down his knees. As Marcus topples over, something in his leg snaps, and seconds later, 2 figures loom over him, one grabbing his arm and the other holding him down. He starts screaming as they bend and break him. Others go out faster. People are disassembled like broken toys. Up until that point, I wanted to run from the guns and the death. Now, I didn't know why I wanted to run. It wasn't because of the danger. It's because I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to see this. I didn't want this image burned into my mind. And before I can finally step away, I see Lars's body still tied to that chair, still not breathing, but his eyes are still moving, still looking my way. I ran until I reached a road. I think I followed it for about 3 hours before I ran into a car, and from there it wasn't hard to call for help. I looked like a train wreck before all this, but by the time that a passerby saw me, I looked like I was having an episode of something. They could have just called the police and moved on, but they stopped to make sure that I was okay. Once the police got involved, things moved fast, and they didn't take the idea of multiple men armed with rifles lightly. I wasn't there when they swept through my house and yard, but it was clear that it didn't go smoothly. There were multiple bodies, and some were very old, too old for me to be a suspect. They had to dig up the entire yard. They confirmed over a dozen bodies and some recent. I gave the description of Jerome as best I could. They even made a phantom sketch. I don't know how many others made it out. It's been a couple of years and I moved since. I couldn't stay in a house where there had been bodies buried in the yard. I kept waking up to imagined knocks on the door. Now I got a nice townhouse, much smaller but new. Same town, lower price point, and no complicated history to consider. Looking back on those days, I feel kind of stupid. Not just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but for putting so much time and effort into a place. A place is just something that holds people. It's not a destination in and of itself. If I have to work myself to death just to keep living there, then what's the point? Can you really live if you can't enjoy yourself? For all of Jerome's strangeness, I think the one point he made that stuck with me was that it's okay to choose joy. It's okay for me to acknowledge that this happened and to move on. It's okay to change what I want. I don't want a house, I don't need one. I don't need the most well-paying job. I don't need a life that looks like heaven. After all, with the twist of a soft, rotten smile, it can turn out to be something different. Something different entirely.
It's crazy what some people will put up with for a little bit of money. In desperate times, I suppose. Well, I'm one of those desperate people. Desperation to get my daughter a life-saving medical treatment is what drove me to where I am now. That same desperation has led to a daily fear of what might happen next to Danny and I, now that it's all over. I had no choice. I needed money right away. I couldn't qualify for a loan, and the insurance company said the treatment wasn't authorized under our policy. My work was barely paying over minimum wage, and I still needed almost $5,000. The only way this would work is if I got another job working graveyard somewhere else, at least until I could save enough to get her the treatment. Danny was all that I had left. I already lost her mother a year ago in that car crash, and I couldn't lose her too. I looked high and low. I combed the classifieds and drove around desperately searching for a job that could pay what I needed and to have an available night shift as well. The prospect seemed hopeless, but I had to find something soon. The town that we lived in was small and the prospect seemed bleak. That was when, in a streak of what felt like luck at the time, I inquired about a job at a small grocery store about a mile away from where we live. It was called Shy's Nighttime Convenience and Grocery. It was an odd little store that was closed during the day and seemed to open up at around 8 p.m. and close sometime before the morning. The weird hours seemed off, and I didn't know who would want to shop at a store that was only open in the middle of the night, when there were 24-hour chains elsewhere. And though it didn't really matter, it was a store. I needed a job, and the unique hours in this case would work for the schedule that I needed. I decided to try and apply for a job there. I was on my way home after finishing a shift at my day job. My friend Kathy was nice enough to watch Danny while I was working and had even agreed to do so if I found a graveyard shift somewhere else as well, at least for a month or two if needed. Since I had seen the odd shop and saw the hours, I decided to inquire about a job at the lonesome and odd little store that seemed to only be open at night. I was reluctant at first since I thought that they might have some illicit reasons to only be open at such hours. And despite my misgivings, I realized it was the best hope that I had of getting a job with my minimal skill set, and that was a guaranteed graveyard shift. I got out of my car and I walked up to the entrance. The place was pretty run down but seemed to still have signage up and around the front. There were sale signs and clearance items advertised in the somewhat normal facade of a grocery store. It made me relax and continued with my intended course. I noticed up close there was a mark under the first part of the store's name. Shy's. It looked like Japanese or something. I stepped inside and it seemed deceptively large compared to how small it looked on the outside. There were aisles of various groceries and other household supplies and even some clothing racks. I had no idea how it was this large of an operation. Most of the shoppers seemed fairly normal at first, though there were some people who you could tell preferred to do their shopping at night. I tried not to stare as I received a rather murderous-looking glare from one such individual, who I must have let my eyes linger on too long. The staff also looked about the same as any other store's staff would look. Fairly diverse and no one with an overly cheery or overly sullen mood about them. I did notice that there was not a lot of talking near the checkouts. Moving on, I looked near the front, intent on finding a manager's office to inquire at. I felt hopeful when I saw a sign that I thought read, "Help Wanted." I felt a bit confused and less optimistic when I read the full content of the rather strange sign stating, "Help Wanted, but not always needed." I wasn't sure how to take that, so I decided to look for somebody to ask. As I approached the back office and went to knock on the door, I was interrupted by a large man with a blue store apron and a name badge indicating that he was Store Manager Benny. The large man welcomed me with a pleasant though slightly forced, "Hello, can I help you find something today?" I was distracted by the almost pained expression on his face, like his smile would eventually shatter the muscles in his face if he kept it on for a moment longer. Brushing past the distraction, I remembered why I was there. Yeah, I was actually looking to apply for a job here. I stated my earnest intent while gesturing to the help sign near the door. Benny stopped smiling and looked at the sign and then looked as if he was about to say something when he held up a finger and pulled out a radio from his pocket. "Hey Molly, what's the bagger situation look like today? How are we holding up staff-wise?" There was no immediate response. He smiled again in that disturbing way while he drummed his fingers along his tie as he waited for one. His face wrinkled and then he stated, "I'm sorry, I think we might be full at the moment, but thank you for your interest." He was about to usher me away when his radio barked to life and I heard a static-laden voice on the line. I couldn't hear everything, but it sounded strange and I thought that I heard something like, "Rob caught problem and bagger got bagged." I didn't know what to make of the weird bits that I heard, but before I could think twice about it, I heard Benny mumble, "Hey, alright, but next time answer faster. It could have been a code black if you mess around with those customers. It is your butt next." I was still standing there in an awkward silence when he wheeled around and his frustrated veneer had vanished, and he was back to the awful fake smile as he loudly proclaimed, "Congratulations, there is an opening available now. Let's get you set up. Can you start tonight?" Right now as in tonight?" I asked, thoroughly surprised that they would want me to start immediately, and without any application or vetting process to speak of. "Yes, right now. Don't worry, we can sort out all that legal stuff later, but for tonight, we're actually a bit busier than normal and we could use the help. First though, let's talk terms and some mandatory paperwork." I wasn't sure what he meant, but I figured it might mean a salary negotiation. "Sure, what is the pay and benefits?" I knew that it was a little tacky to ask up front, but I needed the money badly and Danny couldn't afford for me to get taken for a ride by somebody lowballing my wages. $45 an hour is the pay for baggers, which is what we normally start people at. I almost gasped out loud. That was crazy for a grocery store bag boy. My surprise was apparent and Benny held up a hand and cut off my next question stating, "We value hard work and integrity here and just a wee bit of discretion." He laughed aloud and he slapped his knee. "Hey, but in all seriousness, there is a non-disclosure agreement we do need you to sign with the paperwork." He grinned again and I thought the discretion bit and NDA was weird. But that was double what I was making at my day job, so I was overjoyed at the prospect. He continued, "Health coverage and dental are fully covered, but no life insurance. Those policies always have some trouble for some reason." His grin widened as he said the last part and it looked even more fake than before. Despite some disturbing implications, I could scarcely hear the alarm bells in my head over my future payday. I had found a miracle. I would be able to get enough money in about a month working here in my day job. I would be able to get Danny that treatment. I didn't need to be asked twice. I readily agreed to the offer. Very good decision. Welcome to the Shy family. Ed, get out of here and get our new hire an apron, and to tag and start with the simple version of the bagger training. An unpleasant-looking older man emerged from the back room, and he was holding an apron and moving with an odd gait that might have indicated that some previous injury or the like. I forced a smile and introduced myself, but the man Ed, as I heard his name, didn't reciprocate. He looked me up and down and snorted derisively in a way that was hard not to take offense to. I let it go and waited for him to say something. Just before opening my mouth to ask when the training started, he cut me off and humorlessly asked, "You know, baggin' feller." Baggin' like, bagging groceries, I tried to clarify. He glared at me and just nodded his head. Well, yeah, I mean, I have a general idea. I'd never worked at a grocery store before, but I think I know how things should be bagged, generally speaking. He paused an uncomfortably long time, and I was about to try and speak again when he snorted and gave a rather unpleasant throaty laugh that ended in a dry coughing fit. After he finished, he said, "Not like this, I'm guessing you don't. Alright then, come on, I'll show you how we do the bagging and also the other rules. Reckon you better listen close, I ain't for repeating myself." I nodded my head and we started towards the back room where I heard the radio on his belt come to life and a very nervous sounding voice on the other line say, "Code black, repeat, code black." Ed's face wrinkled in a way that somehow made him look even more annoyed than usual. Oh, god dang it all, more of them fellers already. He turned and left, angrily shouting some imperceptible grunts and complaints into the walkie, and he left me near the back room dumbstruck and not sure of what to do. What was a code black? Why was everybody afraid of it? I was about to go look for someone when I felt a hand on my shoulder and I wheeled around to see a woman. The tag on her shirt read, "Assistant Manager Molly." She smiled at me and it did seem more genuine than some of the others here. "Oh, I'm sorry we haven't met yet. You must be the new guy. I'm Molly, the AM here. I can help you with training and orientation. You can be a great asset here at Shy's." She held a hand toward the backroom doors and ushered me toward them. We moved into the backroom halls, and as I looked around, I saw several doors that looked like iceboxes. I figured they must store a lot of products to need that many freezers scattered about. Visible near the freezer doors were shelves of other inventory. There were rows of boxes and pallets of strange things like chemicals, metalworking gear, various pieces of hardware, and crates that had gun manufacturer names on them. I was wondering again just what kind of store this really was. I mean, besides the odd inventory, it was also kind of a mess, and I was glad that I wouldn't be the one having to sort all of it. We made our way to an office room with oppressively bright blue painted walls, like a kindergarten classroom. The sight reminded me of when Danny was in kindergarten, and I steeled my resolve against any difficulty that this job might have. I needed to do this for her. The office was sparse, and there was only a desk, some chairs, and a file cabinet. I did notice on the walls, painted on the bright blue, were some black characters that almost looked like calligraphy. More of those kanji were on the wall, and again I wondered what they meant. And before I could guess, Molly was motioning to me. She gestured for me to sit down at one of the only two chairs, in this case, the one facing the desk. I sat down and she sat opposite me. She looked over a few pieces of paper that she had on a clipboard and then smiled, turned around and started rummaging through a file cabinet. As I was waiting, a sudden shriek was heard outside, and I looked to the door and suppressed a gasp. Molly didn't react and kept looking for something. I thought that maybe she hadn't heard it, and I was about to say something when she wheeled around with a large binder in hand and dropped it onto the desk with a loud crash. "Before training starts, please fill out this form for your safety and ours." She handed me a piece of paper that, when reading the details, seemed to be the non-disclosure agreement that Benny had mentioned. I thought it was odd that I had to sign this, but other hiring documents like tax, payroll, and healthcare paperwork were not required before starting. I considered they might be paying people under the table, which I hated to admit I might prefer, since no tax deduction meant that I could save money faster. I signed all too quickly without realizing what I was agreeing to keep quiet, and what the consequences imposed were if I didn't. Molly took the paper, looked it over, and said, "Well, good, that's all settled. Well, let's get started. This is the employee handbook, and we only have one, so you're going to be doing some light reading for a bit. Because we need the manpower now, though, I will go through it with you quickly, since Ed was indisposed." She grimaced when she said the last word and looked at her watch and then adjusted a dial on her walkie-talkie. She looked back at me and resumed. "As a bagger, you are vital in ensuring customers leave satisfied with their product, and you are one of the last people they will see on their way out, except in certain circumstances." She cleared her throat loudly in time to some muffled noise I thought that I heard somewhere else in the back room. Basic rules and code of conduct are as follows. You are to bag products to the customer's satisfaction. The first thing you are to ask customers is what type of bags they want. Whatever they say goes as far as how to bag things and with what bags. You are not to ask about or discuss the purchases of the customers, no matter how curious you are or how talkative they might be. No questions, period. Understood? She slammed her fist on the binder and I jumped back, startled as she looked at me. I stammered out a quick acknowledgement. Yes, understood." "Good," she said and continued with the list. No assistance may be provided to customers for loading or unloading things from their vehicles. If a customer requests help to their vehicle, do not under any circumstances assist or leave the building with them or any customer at any time, regardless of the story they give you as to why they need help. It is our policy and they know this. If requests persist or you are feeling intimidated or threatened, you are to press the yellow button at the end of each checkout by the bagging station. A security personnel will escort the offending customer to aisle 4 for processing and detainment. Wait, detainment? They don't just kick them out. I thought that was weird. She continued with the next rule before I could even ask about it. The most important rule, occasionally there will be a special bag request. You will know it when you hear it. If ordered, press the black button by the end of the checkout and proceed with Code Black protocol. These guests are normally our highest paying customers and often are here at the pleasure of Mr. Shi himself. They must be attended as quickly as possible. There it was, Code Black again. What special bag was she talking about? Ignoring the look of concern spreading over my face, she continued. Cell phones, smartwatches, or quite literally anything that could be used as a recording device are strictly prohibited while on duty, both for our customers' sake and for our own. Store closes at 4 a.m. exactly, and any customers who remain will be escorted out. Only exception being any customers who are involved in a Code Black. No access is allowed to the basement and inventory backrooms, only managers and stock employees allowed. Simple, right? Any questions? She asked while flashing another smile. Well, I did have a few questions about but she cut me off mid-sentence, talking over me and saying, "Oh good, I knew you looked like a fast learner. Come on, let's get you out to the check stands and bagging." She grabbed my shoulder surprisingly hard and pulled me out of the office and backed into the store proper. I saw a few customers look at me getting pulled along and I saw some snickers and I felt a bit embarrassed. I was led to a checkout with a flickering number 3 next to it. The other 2 were busy with customers waiting in line to be helped by a cashier and bagger a few feet away from where I would be standing. We stopped and Molly cleared her throat loudly to get the attention of a young man with dirty blonde hair and a rather unimpressed expression on his face. "Hello, Lee, this is our new bagger. Show him the ropes and try to be easy on him, it's his first day. I know it's busy, but we don't need another Rob situation so soon. Have fun, you two." She walked away without another word to the back room, and I was left there with Lee. And as I heard his name, he was staring at me. I tried to break the ice. My name is... save it," he responded abruptly. "I don't want to get attached, just in case. I liked Rob and he was my friend, and now it's best not to talk about what happened to him. Just do your job and follow the rules and you should be fine." I didn't know how to respond to the blunt introduction, but I figured he seemed nicer than that Ed guy, so I just walked up to the backing station and gave him a mock salute and tried to put a smile on my face. It was going to be a long night. The first customer came through and Lee wordlessly scanned their items. I proceeded to grab a few nearby bags when I felt a sharp kick in my leg. Lee was glaring at me like I had just slapped his mother. What? I thought I was supposed to. And then I looked at the customer who was frowning at me and I remembered. "Hello, what type of bag would you like?" The customer, an older woman, sneered at me and finally accepted the question and said flatly, "Paper, please," and did her best to pretend that I didn't exist while I was bagging her items. Mostly groceries, produce, meat, and dairy. There were a few odd pieces like a set of kitchen knives and what looked like boxes of some sort of firearm ammunition. I was about to ask about them when I remembered the rules, so I tried to ignore it and just carry on. She left wordlessly and more customers piled into our line. As the night went on, I started to see less normal items and more disturbing things. One customer had bought zip ties, large volumes of what looked like medical-grade sedatives, and several bags of candy. Another bought an ungodly amount of various weapons ammunition, and several large fruits like watermelon and honeydew. I thought that he might be just shooting some fruit for target practice until I saw what appeared to be a Kevlar vest and an uncomfortable amount of alcohol. After a dozen very disturbing customers came through, I finally found somebody who seemed a bit friendly. She was a kind old woman who seemed to enjoy speaking to me and by all accounts was very nice. It was a much needed reprieve and I actually enjoyed talking with her. Her name was Marge and she was just buying some baking supplies. Eggs, butter, flour, spices, all pretty normal things. "You simply must try my raspberry tart. It is divine. I'll bring you some by next time, or better yet, I think I still have some in my car. Won't you be a doll and help an old woman with her groceries?" I was about to accept when I saw Lee's face go blank and he just shook his head. I looked back at Marge and she had a wide grin on her face, and I looked down at the second half of her groceries yet to be bagged. There were containers of various chemicals including rat poison, bleach, and ammonia. I tried to speak but I froze and she asked again. "Oh, come on, dearie, my hip is in bad shape after my fall. It will only be a moment and you can have a treat and a nice tip as well." Her grin shifted in a way that made me very uncomfortable and I struggled to speak. But finally I blurted out, "No thank you, ma'am, store policy. We are not to escort customers out of this store under any conditions." Her grin vanished and a grimace of anger flared up briefly. "Oh well, your loss I suppose. I would have made it spectacular. I thought that I might get one of the new ones before you figured it out. Next time, Sonny, I might just find where you live and make a house call." She winked at me and pushed her cart away, and I was shocked and horrified at the implications of what had just happened. Lee elbowed me on the side and gestured to the customer who had taken her place, and I was forced to just ignore another uncomfortable encounter that night. After a long shift of bagging goods for an assortment of disturbing individuals, I realized my work was done when a screeching PA system informed everybody in the store that "It is now 4 a.m. and we're closing. If you have not purchased your items already, then you must leave. If you are loading goods, a reminder that no employees may leave with you. You must take them and leave. If you do not, they will be confiscated. Any customers lingering in the store will be confiscated as well." Geez, they were not joking about the strict closing time. A large group of people that I hadn't seen before moved through the aisles with flashlights and batons. They must have been the store security team. They seemed overkill and intense, more like paramilitary than grocery store security guards. They were looking for any stragglers, apparently. I thought just then of the weird announcement about people left behind being confiscated as well, and it seemed kind of concerning with how serious they were about everyone getting the heck out on time. I was ushered out as well, along with the other staff who left wordlessly. I tried to make a quip to Lee, asking if there was ever overtime, but he kept his head down and ignored my joke. I didn't know what kind of operation this was, but the more that I learned about it, the more I felt like I had made a mistake in taking the job. I had to keep it for a while longer at least until I could save enough for Danny's treatment. I worked at Shy's for a few more weeks of uncomfortable conversations and ghoulish and unspeakable items being bagged at the caprice of disturbing and malign customers. I saw 2 code blacks in that time at least. I should say that I overheard them. Lee told me not to look and to try to avoid the attention of the customers who ordered them. After the first one in my second week of work, I didn't see Jay, the other bag boy, again. Lee warned me not to ask about him, and I was getting increasingly terrified of what would happen if I got one as well. I mean, what were the code blacks? The only good news I had was that the store paid bi-weekly, and to my surprise, it seemed like almost no taxes were taken out of my paycheck. I had almost a full $2,800 from the first 2 weeks of work. A little more, and with a bit of the money I saved up from my other job, I could afford Danny's treatment. I just needed to make it 2 more weeks and then I could quit and never see the awful place again. I managed to avoid any trouble for my 3rd week, but in my last week, I had a disastrous run-in with a customer. It was what started a sequence of events so horrible that the conclusion still threatens my family's safety and terrifies me to this day. It was about 11 p.m. and things were going okay. Some of the managers were poking around and there was an odd air of concern and anticipation in the air. Lee told me that the owner of the company would be stopping by at some point that night, Mr. Shy himself. I was trying to ask more about the owner when a large bald man came to our checkout. He had horn-rimmed glasses and a large, jolly face that was fixed in a leering stare that made me feel very uncomfortable. He tried to chat with me, but I got very bad vibes from the man. I tried to ignore him, but he kept pressing it. "Oh, come on, man, lighten up. I see that you're new here. What's it like working here? You see any real action?" My response was simply asking, "What type of bag would you like, sir?" "I'll show you my bag if you show me yours," he said, and then let out a belly laugh that almost knocked his glasses off, as he kept smiling at me with a sick gleam in his eyes. After a moment, he finally said, "Plastic's fine, I suppose. Just trying to lighten the mood. You look tense, you could use a break." I ignored him while bagging copious amounts of junk food, a pair of pliers, lube, condoms, and various chemicals like bleach and OxyClean. I had become slightly inured to the worst of the colorful characters and the concerning wares that they purchased, but this one seemed particularly loathsome. "Yeah, you could definitely use a break. Yeah, I know, I can give you a little pick-me-up in my car. I'm right outside, help me take this stuff out, and I'm your huckleberry." I couldn't even formulate a response. I couldn't think over my skin crawling away to another zip code. I resolved to just fall back on the rulebook line and proceeded to inform him that we are not allowed to leave the store with customers for any reason. To my horror and disgust, this one did not let the matter go. "Nah, come on, you're just playing hard to get. Seriously, I'm sure I can pay you more than these people. Come on, what do you say? Come on out and we'll talk about it." I repeated the rules again while bagging the last of his items, but he would not let it go. "Hey, listen to me, you little... You think that you're too good for me. You think that you're some kind of hot piece of shit. Oh well, you're coming outside now. No one ignores me like this. I have a special treat in store for stubborn pricks who don't listen to me." His face was bright red and he was practically spitting the words at me. I panicked at first, but then I remembered the button by the bagging station. I pressed it discreetly while trying to hold my ground, shrinking slightly back to the vile tirade of the deranged individual. I took a step back and he moved forward, looking like he was going to grab me. To my surprise, a large gloved hand fell on his shoulder. I looked behind him and a nearly 7-foot-tall man clad in a weird cross between police riot gear and military-grade armor was holding him back. The customer turned around and started to yell at security. "Do you know who I am? I know the owner, and you'll all be sorry that you crossed me. I'm going to." And a sickening crunch was heard, followed by the man going limp. The guard holstered a now bloodied security baton and bent down over the dazed form of the customer. His eyes were glazed and he likely had a concussion, but he was still conscious and tried to speak when the security guard seized him by the throat and hoisted him back to his feet. The customer tried to whimper out a soft and confused sounding, "Wait, wait," before he was punched so hard in the chest I thought that his ribs broke from where I was standing. The helmeted face of the guard turned to me, looked me up and down and asked, "What type of bag was he using?" I had no idea what that had to do with anything, but I answered, "Plastic, he was using plastic bags." I heard a chuckle under the mask and helmet of the guard and he said, "Too bad he didn't pick paper." And the guard dumped out one of the man's bags. As he was trying to rise to his feet, the guard placed the plastic bag around the customer's head and tightened it. To my shock and horror, he proceeded to easily strangle him. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and after a few moments it was over. I was speechless and another guard came over and they took the customer's body on a stretcher to the back room. Benny, the store manager, had appeared out of nowhere and spoke to us. "I'm sorry that you had to see that, but I'm glad that you're safe. We take threats very seriously here and know that you all need to be safe in such dangerous times. That's why we keep this place safe from dangerous people like that. I trust what happened here will also be safe and secure with you, right? After all, we wouldn't want you endangered by anybody like that knowing where you live, right?" He smiled at us and left the back rooms. I understood the veiled threat and realized that I wouldn't be able to tell any real authorities or report on this madhouse. And despite that encounter, my night was not yet done and the worst was yet to come. Lee wouldn't speak to me about what we both saw, and we tried to move on with the night and pretend that what we saw happen didn't happen. It was getting close to 4 a.m. and we would be able to close soon. I was so close to being done with this place and getting out of there and home to my little girl. I just needed to hang on for a couple of more days. There were only a few more customers lining up at the checkouts when something odd happened. A well-dressed man went to check out too, and they shut off their light and said that the scanner was not working anymore. It seemed fishy since it had been fine all night, but when the guarded looks and concerned faces flashed before me and then back at the well-dressed man, I realized that they might know something that I didn't. My heart sank as I realized that he might be one of those special customers. I looked over at Lee and he was visibly sweating and fumbling with the cash register. The man sauntered over to the checkout. He had a small basket with what looked like fine sewing thread, thimbles, and tailoring articles. It also contained a hacksaw, a plaster cast, and several boxes of nails and rivets that seemed to clash with the sewing equipment. By itself, I didn't think anything of it and I relaxed a bit. Lee was pale and wordlessly scanned the small items that he had. After they came down the conveyor, the man turned to me, tipped his hat, and introduced himself. "Good evening, my friend. My name is Henry Jaspin. I work for a little antique clothes shop and I'm here to get some materials." I relaxed a bit more and this didn't seem too strange. I proceeded to ask, "What type of bags would you like today, Mr. Jaspin?" "Well, my good fellow, I think paper for the small bits you see here. Indeed, I found all the tailoring kit I need to make work anybody would be proud of. But what I really need today are some raw materials. So the bag I really need will be a body bag tonight, preferably the larger variety." My mind was racing, my heart was pounding. Did he just say that he needed a body bag? I was about to ask him to repeat it when it dawned on me. The rules, it said. A special bag request. You will know it when you hear it. I realized that I had just encountered my first code black. I forced my trembling body to move and I pressed the black button under the bagging station. I heard an alert on a nearby walkie-talkie. Code black on number 3. Confirmations were heard all around. There was a burst of motion near the back and I handed Mr. Jaspin his bag of smaller merchandise as Benny approached us. Good evening, Mr. Jaspin. He managed to choke out the words, seeming uncharacteristically nervous. Oh, Benny, don't worry, I know what I asked for, and though you are a big fella, I wouldn't dream of picking you. We go too far back. Besides, your skin is terrible. Can you imagine one of our suits on you? Mr. Jaspin let out a howl of laughter, and Benny followed suit with a nervous chuckle of his own. Your new employee, however, he has a nice strong jaw and broad shoulders. Not as much meat, though. He looked me over and I was confused and terrified at the implication of whatever it was that he was talking about. As he was eyeing me, Benny spoke up saying, Of course, you are free to pick as you please, but if I could suggest an option. We just picked up a rather unruly fellow who was just processed a few hours ago, and he's on the larger side. Perhaps he would be a good alternative. Oh, of course, Benny, you and your new hire lead the way. I followed Benny in between him and Mr. Jaspin, who was behind us. We went into the back and then through keycard locked doors that led into the basement. Benny shot me an apologetic look as we descended into the basement, and I beheld what was down there for the first time. The place was very dark and freezing. I thought that it might be another type of meat locker, and I was not too far off. When the light switched on, I had to stifle a gasp of shock and horror. As soon as the room was illuminated, I saw it all. We were surrounded on all sides by rows and rows of body bags. Almost all of them were full, and corpses leered out of many of them, all in various states of decomposition. I thought that I was going to be sick. It looked like a morgue. I realized that we had been dealing with these products the whole time. I laughed quietly to myself in despair, and then I realized the options were paper, plastic, and apparently body bags. I thought of the conversation of selecting a person. I also thought of the other people who had handled code blacks and had not been seen again, like Rob. Rob was bagged. I stood there mouth agape, trembling at the horror of the nightmare room before me. While it all unfolded in stark terror to me, Mr. Jaspin calmly perused through the inventory of corpses. He would scrutinize them, pinching a cheek here and there and giving a tut-tut or a moan of disdain. He came across the body that Benny had pointed out and he said, My, he is a big fellow. A lot of material they would love to use. The skin is a little dry in places, a touch of eczema. That is all right though, Benny old chum. You have a deal and I will tell Mr. Shy. Benny sighed in relief and started to guide me out of that nightmare dungeon. While leaving, I caught a look at Mr. Jaspin's pick and I held my hand over my mouth to avoid gasping out loud. It was the belligerent customer from earlier. A large dent on his face from when it was smashed in by security. The face had a deathly pallor and his eyes were still leering even in death. Why in the hell was he down here in a body bag? And why did it sound like he was just purchased? My mind was grasping for rationalizations for how and why this was all happening. Suddenly, Mr. Jaspin caught my hand and proceeded to place a card into my palm. As for you, my fine friend, we would love to have a worker like you at our establishment. Shy runs a tight ship here, but we're a bit more free-spirited at the tailor. Take care. And he departed with his horrific purchase. I was ushered upstairs in a daze and I vaguely heard Benny talking with someone. I snapped back to my senses and saw a new face looking at me. He was an older man and he had very intense, unblinking eyes that were boring into my soul as I stood there. He spoke to me in a stern but oddly soothing voice. I know you might be unsettled by what you saw, but Shy knew in the means to access it are parts of natural life. It is what you saw, it is what we sell. We sell it in all its forms. Why, it's even in our name. I hope you understand and do not consider anything foolish over the next few days. We value your work, but understand that some people lack the fortitude to deal with what our business does. Just don't forget that when you head back home to your house on 4th Avenue, the large cherry tree at the end of the street is blossoming and it looks beautiful. You should take your daughter to see while it still blooms. He placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed while departing. I had no idea what I had just witnessed, but I knew that I was in trouble. My mind was a jumble, and besides the imminent threat, I found myself considering something unrelated, a name. I thought about what Mr. Shy had said about Shy New and how we sell it. I looked again at the sign, and as I was leaving, Shy's Nighttime Convenience and Grocery. I didn't think anything of it at first, but I looked closer at the kanji by the first word. Looking up the meaning on my phone, I saw it was indeed the kanji for shy, sometimes used when counting as the number 4 in Japanese, but more often associated with something else. The dawning horror and simplicity of the name made sense now. Shy more often translates to death. I had worked almost an entire month at Des Nighttime Convenience and Grocery. I didn't go back, I quit. I will find another way to make the rest of the money that I need. My family's safety is what is important now, and I know that it is not safe for me and Danny here anymore. I mean, how could it be when Mr. Death knows where you live?
Today's episode is sponsored by Rocket Money. Now, before I started using Rocket Money, I honestly had no idea how much time I was wasting trying to keep track of my finances. I would check one app for my bank, another for savings, and another for subscriptions. And even then I still missed stuff. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. What I like most is how everything is in one place. It automatically categorizes transactions across all your accounts, so you can actually see where your money's going without having to do the work yourself. It's how I realized I was spending way more on certain categories than I thought. Stuff that just quietly adds up. It also tracks subscriptions and lets you cancel the ones you don't use anymore with just a few taps, which saves time and helps avoid getting charged for things you forgot about. You can set budgets and goals and get insights and reports, and even get alerts for big transactions or upcoming bills so nothing sneaks up on you. If you want a clearer picture of your money without it turning into a whole project, Rocket Money makes it way easier. Let Rocket Money help you reach your financial goals faster. Join at rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. That's rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps.
My mind had shattered, slowly and methodically, into confused fragments and tiny shrieking pieces. I remember days just laying in bed, not eating and staring at the ceiling. I remember the skittering of the shadow people in the corners. But most of all, I remember the voices screaming at me all the time. It was my mother's voice, most of all. That insane, grating cry. "Wet your bed again and don't cut it off," she screamed harshly. The voice seemed to come from all around me, shaking the walls and the ceiling. But I was still laying alone in my bed. No one else was here. Logically, a part of myself knew it, but I could still hear her shrieking voice, that lunatic, raspy shrieking. I remember the first time my mother ever caught me stealing a piece of candy as a little boy. She dragged me, crying and pleading, into the kitchen, and then she'd turn the oven burner on high and grab my hand. "This will teach you," she hissed as she quickly pushed my hand down. I think the screams from that day echoed across the decades, and that sometimes even now I still hear them. The door downstairs, it clicked and jiggled. I felt like a statue in the bed. The ceiling seemed to be opening up into another world. A ragged patch about 7 feet across crumbled down, revealing a paradise with rainbows and bright green rolling hills and puffy clouds beyond. But in this dank place, my flesh body stayed and rotted, surrounded by garbage and filthy dishes with larvae squirming on them. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw policemen and paramedics rushing in, their cold, attentive eyes quickly scanning the room. Mixed in with them, though, the shadow people skittered and writhed. They grabbed me, but I couldn't tell if the hands were the flesh of humanity or the cold void of the shadow people. I looked up at the opening in the ceiling. It seemed to wave me forward. I felt myself floating out of my body toward the land of milk and honey, as the blue skies and eternal sunshine there beckoned me forward. I glanced back. The shadow people swarmed all over my filthy, broken flesh shell, but I knew that I had escaped their clutches. Working together, the paramedics and shadow beings took my body away, but I felt grateful knowing that I had just left behind a fate worse than death. Time passed, but I don't know how much. I lived in the world of forever sunshine and clear streams and endless forests. I would glance back through the opening occasionally, seeing my body made of meat still laying there. Men in white coats stood among the shadow people in a brightly lit clean room with curtains. The shadow people took their razor-sharp fingers and traced invisible sickness all over my body. Other shadow people gnashed and clawed at the men in the white coats. I knew that their attacks didn't leave physical marks. They were more like radiation in a way. If a shadow person reached inside someone's body and traced its dagger-like finger across their liver, that person would have liver failure within months. I had seen it happen many times before. The shadow creatures attacked me all over. With each attack, it seemed like I had lost more and more of myself. I turned away, sickened. I would always return back toward the land of sunshine and rolling hills, but as I looked around there, it seemed more like a prison than ever before. I was alone in these forests, set to wander under the beautiful springtime hills for eternity. Perhaps this place was hell. Perhaps instead of fire, it used boredom to burn, just like a prison. I heard the man in the white coat speaking through the opening that always followed behind me. It's a rather severe case of catatonia with catalepsy and mutism. One of them with glasses said, "He has a prior diagnosis of schizophrenia, but it seems to have gotten much, much worse." "And does he have any past history of catatonia?" the bald man in a white coat asked. The man with glasses shook his head, looking grimly down at my body made of meat. The rest of the men looked down with slightly bored expressions. One turned and left the room, jotting something down on a clipboard. The shadow creatures followed close behind, twisting and thrashing on the walls and ceilings like salamanders from hell. No reported history of mutism or waxy flexibility or any other typical signs. The man with glasses responded, giving a low sigh. "Well, he's not responding well to the current medicine, so we'll start him on electroconvulsive therapy and continue things for now. We'll also keep the feeding tube." "So what are you putting down as the official diagnosis?" the bald one asked. The man with glasses wrote something down on his clipboard. "Withdrawn catatonia resulting from severe untreated paranoid schizophrenia," he responded. "We'll have to get an involuntary commitment form signed by a judge. Tell the nurses to rustle up an extra inpatient bed in psych. He's gonna need it." The next few days slipped by as before. I watched them wheel my body into a room with lots of machines. They put a robin's egg blue mouthguard with a breathing hole in it beneath my teeth. They rubbed a gel on my forehead and started attaching circular electrodes to my skin. The shadow monsters flitting around seemed to laugh and dance. They supposedly give ECT patients drugs to put them to sleep, but I saw the whole thing from that other world. Perhaps there are more things in existence than doctors even dreamed possible. I watched my body jerk and seize as the electricity hit it. I felt myself being ripped from the dream world that I had inhabited. I fell through the opening towards my silent and thin body. It lay there as pale and still as a corpse. As we rejoined, I thought that I could hear the laughing of the shadow people. Duh, I groaned. My eyes flew open. I saw that time had passed, though I had no idea how much. I wasn't in that surgical room anymore with the kicking, seizing surges of electricity, and the doctors who showed far too many teeth in their smiles. Now I was alone. Every part of my body seemed to hurt. My back shrieked at me as stabbing pains ran up and down my spine. I sat up suddenly in the darkness looking around. I was laying on a thin mattress in a room with oppressive concrete walls. I blinked quickly, my eyes adjusting slightly. A thin trickle of light came in through a window. Metal bars crisscrossed it. Outside I saw the bloody red glow of a sunset, or maybe it was a sunrise. The dark crimson light streamed down through roll after roll of razor wire and high-sharp fences. I stumbled out of bed toward the door, ripping it open. Bright fluorescent light streamed into the suffocating gray room. They flickered and strobed, casting eerie shadows dancing up and down the hallway. I didn't see a single person. Empty medical carts stood on the sides. Bloody scalpels and knives were thrown haphazardly on top of one. I saw the drawers ripped open, some of them broken off. One of the half-cocked, crooked drawers contained dismembered human fingers, lined up carefully like an open package of hot dogs. Used needles and chunks of broken brick and cement littered the gray floors. I also saw splatters of something red, and chunks of what looked to be a liver. Flies swarmed around them, and a sudden sickly wave reached me as I stood on the threshold. I backed up, nearly vomiting. I retched for a moment, my eyes watering as I breathed through my mouth, trying not to smell the putrefaction. I looked back into the room, realizing there was a sign above the bed, one that I hadn't seen in the darkness. It looked ancient and was covered in thick layers of dust and yellowing nicotine stains. I squinted, getting closer and trying to read it. Rules for patients' well-being and survival while in Whiting Psychiatric Hospital. 1. Do not leave doors open, that invites them in. 2. If you must go into the key room, get out before the guard notices you. 3. You must make an offering of raw meat to the keeper if you wish to pass from one level to another on the stairwell. I stared for a few seconds at the sign, wondering what the punchline was. I looked around expecting someone to jump out and try to scare me, or perhaps announce that it was all a prank and being recorded, but nothing changed. Still imprisoned in the cube of gray concrete with ancient strobing lights streaming in from the hallway, I felt a sudden coldness run through my body. I glanced at the open door with a shrinking feeling in my chest. For a brief moment in the flickering lights, I thought that I saw a pale face with wide, excited eyes peeking around the corner. The fluorescent lights made a tanking sound as they strobed in the hallway, sending their eerie glare into every corner of the room. "Hello?" I whispered, tiptoeing toward the door. Is someone?" But I was cut off by an eerie, congested breathing, a long, raspy inhalation as if a corpse with dirt and worms in its throat had just come back to life. My heart raced at 100 miles an hour, beating hard in my ears. "Dax." The voice gurgled, calling my name. I heard more ragged, choked breath faintly echoing from further down the hall. I backpedaled quickly, looking for some sort of weapon, but everything was bolted down to the ground, even the bed. Unless I wanted to try suffocating these eldritch creatures with a thin hospital pillow, there was absolutely nothing of use in this room. My mind flashed back to the medical cart in the hallway, with scalpels and surgical instruments littered over the top of it. A long white arm reached around the corner of the door. Breathing hard, I put my head down and sprinted straight for the medical cart. It was so close, maybe only 20 feet away, but at the time, that 20 feet seemed like 20 miles. I heard a choked gasp as the unknown creature lunged forward, wrapping its cold, pale arms around my neck. I glimpsed the deep sores eaten into the flesh, the way the bones poked out through the tips of the fingers. Bugs writhed and black gashes dug into its skin. I saw long black hair fall over my vision and smelled the odor of rotten tomatoes and decaying meat. And though this happened a few days ago and I did end up escaping that wretched place, sometimes I think that I still smell that fetid odor in the air and my heart freezes. Dax. It hissed in my ear as it wrapped its freezing hands around my neck. Give me your warmth. I tried throwing the thing off as it squeezed, cutting my breath off. In panic, I thrashed my arms, slowly pulling the corpse towards the medical cart. I tried reaching back and gouging out its eyes, but my fingers just kept sliding off the dead, loose flesh. Further down the hall, I saw 3 more pale white figures limping slowly towards the commotion like moths drawn to the flame. I got a good look at them, realizing that they had once been women with long black hair, but now they looked like the walking dead. Deep black gashes ran through their skin. Garish autopsy stitches ran up and down their chests. They had on light green hospital gowns stained with a rainbow of fluids that I couldn't even try to identify, though a lot of it was clearly blood. Their eyes had taken on a filmy and faded look. Their plodding, limping steps brought them incrementally closer as their eyes twitched to the left and right. I was still too far from the cart and I knew that I had lost. My vision started to turn back as the fingers tightened, fingers whose skin was falling off. The sharp claws of bone dug into my neck. I would have screamed, but I had no air. And then something heavy and fast hit us and we both went flying. The fingers flew off my neck. I looked up, seeing a giant man with a dark cross-eyed stare. He was breathing hard, his chest heaving as he looked down at the pale, undead woman who had tried to strangle me. I saw that he was wearing the garb of a patient at a psych ward, a white t-shirt and khaki pants with slippers. I looked down, realizing that I was wearing the same outfit. Someone must have changed my clothes while I was unconscious. With a lunatic gleam on his face, he stared down at me in the undead abomination. He was holding a gleaming buck knife soaked with fresh blood. He ran forward. I screamed. But he didn't attack me. With a crunching sound, he brought the knife down through the undead woman's milky left eye. It pierced deep into her skull with a soft cracking of bone and the sound of spurting blood. Her legs kicked and twisted for a couple of moments as she writhed on the filthy gray floor. Pieces of broken glass and the tips of needles dug into her loose, white flesh. Black blood poured out of the wounds, a waterfall of it gushing from her head. The man reached down, pulling his knife out with a sickening sucking sound. He put out one giant, calloused hand toward me and I quickly grabbed it. With strength like an ox, he ripped me up off the ground. "We need to get out of here," he said in a low, flat monotone. He pushed me forward, down the hallway in the opposite direction from the rest of the undead women, who were now only a couple of steps away. "Run." Even though my head was pounding and I was terrified and confused, I sprinted for my life. The large man was now faster than me and I ended up following him down the hallway. It split to the left and right, but he seemed to know where he was going. He veered to the left and pushed open a cracked door around the corner whose sign read, "Janitorial Closet." After ushering me inside, he slammed it shut and turned the deadbolt. We found ourselves in total darkness until he pulled on a string hanging next to a bare incandescent bulb. Its light covered the small closet in a dim yellow glow. The man extended his left arm toward me. I shook it, wincing as his iron grip crushed the bones in my hand. "I'm Freddy," he said in a slow and plodding way. One of his eyes stared at the wall while the other looked at me. His right hand still gripped the knife tightly. The blood dripping off the point of the blade made soft, repetitive sounds as they smacked against the ground. "You must have a death wish leaving your door open like that." "I'm Dax and I just got here. I have no idea what those things would be in the hallway peeking around corners." I heard something sharp being dragged lightly against the other side of the door. I could imagine those horrific undead women dragging their rotted claw-like fingers over the surface of the battered wood only a few inches away. I thought that I could hear the faintest trace of a gurgling breath and I shuddered. So I guess those rules are real. Freddy's face darkened like an approaching thundercloud as I brought up the list of rules. He nodded grimly. They are as real and as serious as death. I don't know who put them up, but they're the only reason that I've stayed alive this long. They're in every patient room. How did you get here? I told Freddy about the catatonic state that I had gotten trapped in, the land of eternal sunrise and the shadow people, the electroconvulsive therapy that I had seen my own body subjected to, and finally waking up here. There was a lady in my town. She had real bad mental problems, like real bad. He said, shaking his head. She used to get the same thing too. We had a few statues and wells downtown. It was really a small town, but what town doesn't have a few statues, right? I nodded. Well, the lady used to walk over slowly and confusedly, almost like a robot that didn't know how to use its legs. Once she got near a statue, she would freeze. Sometimes she would have one arm bent upwards at a 90-degree angle, or she would be posed like the Statue of Liberty. He started giggling. And she would just stay like that forever if you let her. I mean, until she died or collapsed or whatever, obviously. But somebody would have to come and get her. They'd have a couple strong guys come and pick her up and put her in the back of a car. When they carried her out, it looked like they were carrying out an actual statue. She would be stiff and rigid as a mannequin. And sometimes my family would drive through downtown and she would be out there stiff as a statue, and my daddy would say, "Ah, gosh dang it, there's old Becky again, doing her rigor mortis routine." And I would laugh, but deep inside a piece of me also cried. Because even though it was kind of funny to me back then, even as a kid, I knew something was deeply wrong and disturbing about the whole thing. I mean, she would literally stand there until she froze to death if somebody didn't come and grab her. I nodded, feeling suddenly very tired. "Is there any food or water around here? My head is pounding," I said, grabbing my forehead and rubbing rhythmically in circles to try to relieve the horrific migraine pulsating hot agony in time with my heart. "Well, there's the cafeteria on the ground floor, but we'd have to go through the stairwell. You're on the 3rd floor right now, you see. It's no big deal, really, but..." I remembered the rules and smiled. "But we need to feed some eldritch beast with raw meat, right?" I asked, giving him a half smile. He nodded, and he reached into his pocket and pulled out another blood-stained folding knife, handing it over to me first. We can just cut a chunk out of that corpse in the hallway," he responded blankly, not showing a shred of emotion as he talked about feeding human meat to the stairway master. He's not so bad really, or it, I guess, because I'm not even sure if those things have males and females. "What does that mean?" I asked, my curiosity mixing with a sense of dread. He just shook his head. "You'll see in a minute, won't you? Come on, let's go get some water. I could use a drink too. And you don't want to try drinking out of the sinks in the bathrooms. Last time I did that, they started gushing warm, salty blood and I nearly threw up. God, it tasted foul." He wrinkled his face as if the memory of that experience still left a nasty taste in his mouth. "Yeah, thanks for the tip," I said as he unlocked the door and we went out into the hallway and back into danger. Freddy went to the body of the undead woman. She lay sprawled on the hallway, a spreading pool of black surrounding her pale form. Her milky eyes stared sightlessly up at the fluorescent lights as they continued their strobing. "All right, let's do this," Freddy said. I glanced up and down the hallway, seeing no sign of the wandering corpses. We made sure to close the door tightly behind us. I hoped that following the rules would be enough to keep those abominations away, but I still had my doubts. "A pound of flesh," I whispered. The hallway was deathly silent except for the tinking of the lights overhead. Freddy gave me a strange look. "Shakespeare, you know." Apparently he didn't. He just shrugged and knelt down. Without a moment of hesitation, he began to dig in. The bone's always the hardest part. he said apathetically, as if he were talking about cutting up a Thanksgiving turkey. I watched in sickened fascination as he went about his business, and then he grabbed a random bedpan flung onto the side of the dirty hallway floor, put it under her hand, and smashed his foot down. The bone cracked with a sound like a muted gunshot. With a smile of accomplishment, he knelt down, picking up the hand. "What are you doing here, Freddy?" I asked suddenly. He looked up, his face glowering. "I mean, not here necessarily, but..." "I killed my girlfriend," he said simply. "Well, she was cheating on me, and I found her and the guy and shot them both in the head. I remember how my fingers traced the exit wounds under the moonlight, how still they seemed." His eyes stared 1,000 miles away, and then he abruptly snapped back, heaving a deep sigh. "They found me criminally insane. I think the nail in the coffin was the..." He hesitated for a long moment. "The blood that I drank from her body." I gave him a sideways glance, waiting for the punchline. What? You drank her blood?" He nodded grimly, his brown, cross-eyed stare showing no hint of emotional disturbance. "There was a lot of stuff going on at the time," he responded, rubbing the back of his neck and shifting from foot to foot like a nervous schoolboy. "I thought my heart was stopping. I was hearing voices and seeing faces in the trees. The voices always came from outside, and soon I couldn't tell when people were really speaking to me because they always spoke. The voices told me that her blood would heal my heart. It would heal all the damage that was done, and so I got a glass and put it under the bullet hole and I drank it. I did, I admit it. I see now that I was sick and that I was wrong. Even if she was cheating on me, she didn't deserve to die. But sometimes things get well. They get a little crazy and confused, and when that happens, sometimes I get a little crazy and confused and make bad choices. I've been in nut house after nut house since then. The last 7 years of my life, I've been shuffled from one psych ward to another. I've been in mental hospitals where they keep you underground and you never see the light of day ever. And then 3 days ago, the doctor said that I was getting a transfer. I had responded well to my antipsychotics and cognitive behavioral therapy, he said, and I would be going to a place with more freedom. They drove me here in a closed van with no windows. I couldn't see where we were going. Some guy in a black suit and sunglasses sat in the back with me, not talking. Then, when we pulled in, he leaned close to me and said the strangest thing. "Remember to follow the rules. At Whiting, the danger is real, it's not in your head." I gave him an odd look, and then he shuffled me outside. I saw this building, this one that we're in right now. From the outside, it looks like a concrete cube. It has no windows whatsoever and only one door. It's plain, smooth gray concrete on the outside, like some kind of government building from 1984. He stopped speaking, cocking his head to the side. I thought that I heard soft dragging from far down the hall. "We should keep moving. It's not a good idea to stay in one place out here like this." And with that, he shepherded me through the silver gray metal door labeled a staircase. The dark staircase loomed in front of us like a curtain of shadows. As my eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, I noticed there were switchback stairs, or stairs that went in abrupt 180-degree turns with flat landings between each of the sections. Narrow trickles of light streamed in through cracks in the doors and holes eaten in the walls. The doors started to close behind me, but as it swung by in the darkness, I caught a glimpse of 4 bloody chips stuck into the wood. I grabbed it by the edge and leaned closer, inspecting the strange, slightly curved objects. My breath caught in my throat when I realized that they were fingernails. It looked like somebody had tried to claw their way through the door in sheer animal panic. "Move," Freddy whispered, breaking me out of my reverie. "And close that door now." I didn't need to be told twice. Just the thought of what had happened last time I left the door open made my heart turn into a block of ice. I silently pushed it closed. Holding the severed hand clenched tightly in his fist, Freddy walked forward, haltingly taking the steps down. He kept looking behind him up and down, like a child checking for monsters under the bed. But here, the monsters were real. I heard a predatory inhalation that clicked and gurgled from the floor beneath us, seeming to go on for a long time. Freddy turned pale and I had the sudden urge to just turn around and run. I didn't want to see what was waiting below. I looked down and caught a glimpse of something totally alien peeking up at me. Its rounded crimson head disappeared in a blur, but I knew that it was stalking us. "Just keep walking," Freddy said through gritted teeth, his eyes wide. I didn't know if he was talking to me or himself. He held out the dismembered hand in front of him as if it were a sacred talisman used to ward off evil spirits. The railing shook slightly and I realized that I didn't hear anything. The silence seemed deafening. And then the claws wrapped around the handrail in front of Freddy. The fingers looked like sharp crimson railroad spikes. Something pulled itself up in front of us, moving as silently as death. I beheld the nightmarish spectacle, looking in awe at the killing machine that loomed over us. The Keeper was a dark red, the color of clotted blood. It had no eyes that I could see. It stood 7 or 8 feet high, and it had a shining, chitinous exoskeleton that formed gently curving ridges over its torso. I saw 2 holes for its nasal passages like those of a snake's. Its head pointed forward like some sort of eyeless velociraptor. It had a strange combination of reptilian and insectoid features. As its jaw unhinged, it gave a predatory roar that echoed through the stairwell like thunder. Silver rivulets of saliva dripped from its gaping maw. Dozens of deadly spikes shone in its mouth, each as long as a pencil. They reminded me of the teeth of some monstrous deep-sea abomination like a dragonfish. I backpedaled, my mortal terror screaming at me to turn and run. As soon as I had taken a single step backwards, though, the creature's head ratcheted towards me in a blur, moving so fast that it seemed like a machine more than an animal. It took a step toward me, ignoring Freddy. A low growl rumbled out of its chest. I felt it in my bones. The stairs seemed to shake as it grew in intensity. I stared into the eyeless face as it lowered its sharp fangs towards me, making clicking sounds in its throat. It exhaled fumes that smelled like blood and sulfur directly into my face, but I didn't dare even blink. Freddy threw the dismembered hand between me and the Keeper. It jerked, its head twitching back and forth from me to the piece of pale flesh in the ground in front of it. It began gnashing its teeth, chittering in an alien tongue. It snapped up the hand from the ground like a toad snatching a fly from the air. I heard the crunching of bones as its sword-like teeth crushed it, sending out a spattering of blood that splashed onto my face. I didn't dare wipe it off, though. I stood as still as a corpse, watching and waiting. Freddy loomed behind the Keeper, sweating heavily, his eyes wild, his whole body trembling. The Keeper gave one last rumbling, clicking growl before jumping up onto the railing. Using its claws, it climbed up and out of sight in a blur. The railings shook under its weight as I started forward again, feeling like a man who had just stared the angel of death in the face and lived to tell the story. When we came out on the first floor, I carefully closed the door behind me, making sure that it clicked shut. I didn't want anything from that stairwell or those upper floors going through it. I could use some water after that," Freddy said, his rubbery lips forming the faintest trace of a smile. "But honestly, there are worse things in here than the Keeper. I feel like if I had enough time, maybe I could domesticate the Keeper, like some sort of alien dog. Yeah, you could give it treats of human fingers and hearts when it sits or rolls over," I said, rolling my eyes. A large room opened up to our left. Freddy's speed walked right in there. I had to practically jog to catch up. I saw tables flipped over and rotten food scattered all over the floor. Patches of orange and red and black mold grew wild like trees in a jungle. A dead body lay in the center of the cafeteria, a woman in the same outfit as Freddy and me. Blood seeped from a deep wound in her back. "Oh my God," I said. Freddy just ignored her. He started to walk past without a downwards glance. But then the corpse moved. I heard choked, ragged breathing. I ran forward to the injured woman, flipping her over. Her eyes were rolling and her teeth were chattering. More blood kept spilling out of the wound, forming a spreading puddle around her torso. She inhaled deeply and seemed to come back for a few moments. Her eyes came back down and focused on me. She squinted, blearily flicking her eyes from me to Freddy. "I almost got out," she said, giving a faint smile. Frothy blood bubbled from her lips. "It's in the key room. The key to the front door is there. It's in the back on a big black metal chain. But the guard..." Her eyes widened at the memory. "Oh God, the guard." The whites of her eyes gleamed brightly as they rolled back in her head. She began to seize, kicking her feet and clenching her fingers. After a few seconds of this, she stopped. Her head fell limply to the side and she gave a long, shuddering death gasp. I looked up at Freddy, a rising surge of hope mixing with the horror of this innocent woman's death. He had an excited, manic look on his face. "Jesus, the key room. Of course there's a key for the front door. I wonder who told her where it was." "Well, let's go get it," I said excitedly. "After we eat and drink something," Freddy said, gesturing to the kitchen with his head. "I need some strength and you act like it's so simple. Do you have any idea what the guard will do to us if he catches us sneaking around the key room?" "What is it, like a human security guard?" I asked, though deep down I knew better. Freddy laughed, a sardonic giggle. "Yeah, okay," he said, sneering. "A human. No, nothing here is ever normal. I caught a glimpse of the guard once and well, you'll probably see for yourself soon enough, but it's horrifying. That thing definitely isn't human." There was barely any food in the kitchen. We found a jar of old peanut butter and started eating it. The fridges were filled with rotting meat and clotted, moldy dairy products. They emitted a sickening odor that seemed to seep into every corner of the room. The water tasted soapy and a little off, but I was so thirsty that I barely noticed, chugging cup after cup. "The key room's just down the hall," Freddy said, looking even paler and more nervous than in the stairwell. "She was right, it's the only way. We have to get past the guard and get out. If we die here, nobody will ever know what happened." I nodded, but my stomach was doing flips. My heart palpitated in my chest as waves of fear shook me to the core. We walked past broken medical carts, shattered bottles, bloody knives, and pieces of skin that drew clouds of thick black flies. The entire building smelled like a death camp. I felt that the smell of rotten meat and decaying bodies had likely filtered into my clothes by now. The key room was marked by a large sign. It had a wooden door with a safety glass window smeared with streaks of blood in the shape of a handprint. It didn't seem like a favorable omen. As we got to the door, Freddy turned to me. "In and out, amigo," he said curtly. "No messing around, got it? We go to the back, find the key in the big metal chain and run. If the guard comes, we split up. At least one of us should get out alive." I took a deep breath, bending over. "I don't know if I can do this, man. I'm terrified right now," I said. "The rules say not to go in the key room, and it seems like breaking them leads to some crazy stuff happening." He shrugged. I knew we didn't have a choice. I nodded. "Okay, let's do this before my nerves totally shatter." He quietly flung open the door and we went inside. Thousands of keys glittered on the walls around us. Rows of cabinets divided up the huge room all the way to the back. Freddy quietly sprinted toward the back and I followed close behind, my head on a swivel. I didn't see anything. We got to the back and began sifting through hundreds of keys on a desk. I saw one at the end with a massive round steel chain attached to it. I sprinted over to it. A creature walked around the corner. Something humanoid in a black night watchman's uniform. But the creature had no eyes or nose. Its skin was smooth and white over its face, traced with a spider webbing of black veins. It grinned, showing off two long vampiric fangs dripping with blood. The eyeless guard brought his hands up, and to my horror I saw giant dark eyes in the center of both of his palms. The large pupils flitted to me and then to Freddy. The eyes and the hands blinked as the guard opened his mouth and gave an eerie, high-pitched shriek. I grabbed the key, turning to run for my life. Freddy and I split up, each sprinting through a different path past the open key cabinets that loomed overhead. I had my knife clenched tightly in one hand and the key in the other. Something hit me from behind and I went flying forward toward the door. "No!" Freddy shrieked, turning the corner and leaping over me in a few bounding steps. He had his knife raised. I flipped onto my back, trying to raise the knife as the guard looked down, his smooth, hairless face as white as freshly cut marble. Freddy crashed into it, bringing the blade down into the center of its head as he did so. The knife quivered there, shaking like a leaf. With a roar, the guard grabbed Freddy and yanked his neck back. Its vampiric fangs shot out like the teeth of a rattlesnake. They sunk deeply into his jugular. Blood spurted from the wound as I jumped up. I ran towards the guard with my knife out in front of me, intending to cut its throat. Its eyes on its hand glared at me. The giant hand came up and smacked me. I fell and the knife went flying. Freddy's breathing had started to come in slow, a regular gurgling by this point. His legs gave out and he collapsed, but the guard held him in its arms like a lover, drinking every drop of blood down to the dregs. Faint and on the verge of vomiting, I sprinted out of the door of the key room towards the front of the building. I found that the key worked. The sunlight streamed in, beautiful and warm. I was surrounded by rolling hills in the middle of nowhere. It took me a long time to hitchhike out of that place, but I remember the way back. I went to the police, but they just laughed at me and called me insane, so nothing ever came of that. But I just need someone to believe me. That place is hell on earth and it needs to be shut down. It needs to be stopped before any more unsuspecting people get sent there. And I would like to get the body back of the man who saved my life.
It started with the worst Thanksgiving that anyone in our family could remember. Granny Lorraine was dying, even if nobody wanted to admit it. And that meant we'd be spending the holiday at a rundown farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. My father joked that the drive would be worth it just to make sure that she was really dead. Even at 10 years old, I thought it was an ugly thing to say, but I also couldn't blame him. There was a reason why my mother and her siblings lived as far away from Granny Lorraine as they could get, and why most of them had never been back to that farmhouse since they had left. To call Granny Lorraine cruel would have been an understatement. Every word out of her mouth was either a criticism or an insult, and I couldn't imagine what it must have been like growing up with her 24/7. A miserable, sleet-like rain was falling as we pulled up the muddy gravel driveway. I recognized Uncle Alan's beat-up Crown Vic, Uncle Isaac's pickup, and Aunt Carol's shiny new SUV already parked beside the house. We were the last ones to arrive. My mom opened an umbrella over my head and steered me through the front door. It actually felt colder inside of Granny Lorraine's house than it had outside. Apart from the beeping of medical machines and Aunt Carol's smoker's cough, the house was silent. Then in the dining room at the end of the hallway, I saw her. And Granny Lorraine lay with her eyes closed, surrounded by beeping machines and the reek of cleaning fluid. Most of her hair had fallen out and she seemed to have shrunken somehow. The withered body beneath the sheets reminded me unsettlingly of one of my cousin's toy dolls. Late again as usual, Granny Lorraine snapped. I suppose you two roly-poly lunks had to stop for donuts on the way, didn't you? While you were at it, you should have got some food for the boy. With that weak chest and awful haircut. Looks like a toilet brush. Our appearance was one of Granny Lorraine's favorite topics to comment on. I suddenly felt a little less bad for her. We're here because you're sick, Ma, my mother said. Granny Lorraine snatched her hand away. She had become so gaunt that it almost looked like a claw. I know why you're here, you pack of vultures, Granny Lorraine screeched. You're here for the inheritance. My Uncle Alan, who had been sitting in the shadows, took a look around and laughed. The house was so old and run down that it was barely standing, and it was government assistance, or us, that paid the bills. "Oh, chuckle all you want, Baldy," Granny Lorraine snorted. "You'll get what's owed to you." It had sounded almost like a threat. I wondered if Granny Lorraine was losing her mind. Her eyes darted around the room, following the movements of something that wasn't there. What must it feel like to have dementia, to see things that nobody else could see? The thought sent a shiver up my spine. "Now," Granny Lorraine rasped, "where's my favorite grandson?" I cringed. I had been dreading this moment since we had first arrived. My throat was dry as I approached the bony form beneath the sheets. Up close, it was like I could smell the decay on her breath. Her hand shot out with surprising force and pulled my face towards her. For an awful moment, I thought she was going to kiss me. "Oh, don't talk to him, don't acknowledge him at all. And remember, the worst thing he can do is drive you mad." I had no idea what Granny Lorraine was ranting about, but her long dirty fingernails were digging into the skin of my neck. I pulled away with a shout, and then all hell broke loose. And Granny Lorraine's eyes rolled backwards until they looked like a pair of white marbles. She toppled over convulsing, while the machines hooked up to her all shrieked in unison. The state-appointed nurse came running up, but it was obvious that there was nothing that she could do. Granny Lorraine was gone. I lifted my hands up like a criminal being arrested and I backed slowly away. My aunts and uncles were all staring at me, although no one said so. I could see the accusation in their eyes, as though what had just happened was somehow my fault. Maybe after so many years of being bullied by Granny Lorraine, each of them felt like they should be the one to hear her final thoughts. "Well?" my Uncle Isaac finally demanded. "What did she say?" "I don't know." I shook my head. "She was rambling." I clutched my stomach and said that I felt sick. My mother guided me to one of the bedrooms upstairs. I could already hear shouting from down below. Granny Lorraine may not have had much of a legacy, but that didn't prevent the family from squabbling over what little remained. Sometimes the most vicious fights are over the pettiest prizes, my mother sighed as she tucked me and handed me a glass of water. And to think, they haven't even started planning the funeral yet. I rolled over and watched the icy rain splatter against the bedroom window. Why had I lied about Granny Lorraine's last words? I had only pretended to be nauseous earlier, but the more that I thought about the whole thing, the more that I began to feel genuinely sick to my stomach. Why did grandmother have to go and croak right after telling me something so weird? I didn't want to spend all afternoon laying in bed feeling sorry for myself, but I also didn't want to run into one of Uncle Alan chugging whiskey in a storage room, or be forced to gossip with Aunt Carol. Through the floorboards, I could hear hushed greetings and clomping footsteps in the hallway. Even more relatives were arriving. Nephews, cousins, strangers who I had never met. I felt exhausted just thinking about it. I was about to climb out of bed and search for something to read when the hairs on the back of my neck all stood up at once. Until that moment, I had always thought that goosebumps were just something from storybooks. A person couldn't actually feel that they were being watched. Could they? I turned over again, this time toward the wall. The dark shape in the corner could have been an antique coat rack or a shadow cast by the bookshelf, but it wasn't. The hardwood floor creaked beneath the man's boots. When he reached up to remove his old-fashioned stovepipe hat, his knuckles scraped against the ceiling. He twirled it between his long fingers as he approached. His breaths came in quick, excited little wheezes, like he was glad to see me. My mom had always complained about how the 10-foot-high ceilings in Granny Lorraine's house were never able to keep any of the warmth, which meant that the man in front of me was at least 8 feet tall. His long, baggy coat was so covered in grime that it was impossible to tell its original color, It may have been Black. Was he some distant acquaintance of Granny Lorraine's come by to pay his respects? If so, what was he doing in the upstairs room? I was about to ask when I remembered Granny Lorraine's words. Don't talk to him and don't acknowledge him at all. And remember, the worst thing he can do is drive you mad. The stranger tiptoed closer, his spine bent grotesquely as he bent over the bed, observing me with wide, hungry eyes. I realized with horror that the man's neck was extending somehow, stretching toward me like some kind of awful python. His fingers drummed even faster on the brim of his hat. When our faces were almost touching, he opened his mouth and licked his wormy purple lips. I had never seen anyone with such jagged teeth, there's so many of them. I pulled the covers up over my head and shut my eyes tight. The sound of the tall man's teeth gnashing above me was so loud it felt like it was coming from inside my own skull. The worst thing that he can do is drive you mad. I repeated the phrase over and over in my head, but I couldn't quite believe it. Until suddenly, the noise stopped. Apart from the patter of the rain and the grumblings of the adults downstairs, the bedroom was silent. Even so, I didn't dare to peek out from beneath the covers. Maybe that was exactly what the tall man wanted. Maybe that was what he was waiting for. I lay still like I was playing dead, and I counted the ticks of the old-fashioned grandfather clock in the hallway, and then a hand wrapped around my shoulder. "Oh, buddy," my father sighed. "You must be feeling awful. You want to talk about it?" I lowered the sheets. Apart from my father and me, the room was empty. I did want to talk about what had just happened, very badly in fact, but that was exactly what Granny Lorraine had warned me not to do. For all I knew, the tall man was out in the hallway, waiting for me to mention him, and what would he do then? I thought of those long fingers with too many joints, and all of those shark-like teeth crammed into a human mouth, and I shuddered. My father told me that dinner was ready and offered to bring up a tray to me, but I shook my head. The last thing that I wanted was to lay around by myself waiting for the tall man to show up again. I got to my feet shakily and followed my father downstairs. On the way, I looked for the tall man's face in the yellowed family photographs that lined the walls, but I found nothing. The house was packed. Cousins who I had never met before clapped me on the back, offering their condolences. Uncle Isaac and Aunt Carol were bickering about what to do with Granny Lorraine's body as they pulled trays of food out of the oven. Uncle Alan just sat in the corner and threw back slugs of whiskey from the bottle. As uncomfortable as the whole thing was, I was grateful for the noise and distraction that so many relatives provided. It helped me to avoid thinking about the tall man for a little while at least. I ran into Uncle Alan outside the bathroom after dinner. From the cold sweat on his forehead and the sour smell in his breath, I figured he had been puking his guts out. He smiled boozily and held open the door. "I know this sucks, kid, but it'll all be over soon, trust me." Something moved in the dark hallway behind Uncle Alan. I bit down a scream as the grinning visage of the tall man appeared out of the shadows above him. "What is it, kid? What's wrong?" Uncle Alan turned unsteadily. "Oh shit." The tall man's face contorted with fury. He clamped a hand over Uncle Alan's face, smothering his shout with the other. He opened the lapel of his filthy overcoat. There was only blackness on the other side. Uncle Alan barely had time to kick his legs and flail his arms before he was flung into the void. The tall man closed his coat, and then cocked his head to the side as though daring me to speak. I forced myself to look toward the warm golden glow of the kitchen, where the adults were still laughing, arguing, and scraping forks against plates, completely unaware of what was in the house with us. As I began to walk toward them, I could feel the tall man looming over me, matching me step for step. If my mother or father saw him, would they meet the same fate as Uncle Alan? Back in the kitchen, the cousins were getting ready to leave, and my mother and her siblings were working out the sleeping arrangements. I begged my parents to let me sleep on a fold-out cot in the room, and they reluctantly agreed. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to protect them or whether I wanted them to protect me, but I hoped that there would be safety in numbers. Aunt Carol and Uncle Isaac would each sleep in their childhood rooms, understandably. Nobody wanted to take Granny Lorraine's. No one mentioned Uncle Alan. The cousins shuffled out into the night, most of them still stuttering about what a bunch of ungrateful city slickers we all were. I held out hope that I would see the tall man leaving with them, but there was no such luck. Unless I had just imagined him, he was still in the house with us. I stuck close to my parents that night. I wouldn't even go to brush my teeth alone. I caught my father whispering something about trauma or age regression. They probably figured that my strange behavior was a result of witnessing Granny Lorraine's death, and if so, that was fine with me. I lay awake in my lumpy cot long after both of them had fallen asleep. My mind buzzed with questions. Who was the tall man? What did he want? How would Granny Lorraine known about him in the first place? The branches scraping against the window pane sounded like his fingers, and whenever a draft made the door squeak on its hinges, I felt sure that he had come for us at last. When my eyes snapped open, it felt like I had only been asleep for a few minutes, but somehow I was certain that I had been asleep for much longer than that. My throat was parched, but I didn't dare to go for a glass of water. A light flickered on in the hallway. Someone coughed. Of course, Aunt Carol. When she couldn't sleep, she would smoke. I watched her shadow pass by the door. Seconds later, another followed after. Against my better judgment, I crept out of bed and peeked into the hallway. Aunt Carol was fumbling with the doorknob of her room. The tall man stood beside her, close enough to touch, like he was waiting for her to notice him. Should I warn her, or back away and hope that nothing happened? Before I could decide what to do, the floorboards groaned beneath my feet. Aunt Carol looked my way. "Aunt Carol," I murmured as loudly as I dared. "Could you come here for a minute, please?" My aunt approached with a frown. The tall man crawled along the ceiling above her, his head twisted around backwards. I was amazed that she hadn't felt his breath on the back of her neck. I had to keep Aunt Carol distracted for just a few more minutes. I had a bad dream," I stammered. "Will you come with me to get a glass of water?" "Okay, fine." Aunt Carol rolled her eyes. The tall man did too, in a sick imitation of her expression. A few drops of saliva dribbled onto the floor between us. Before I could say anything else, Aunt Carol looked up, and she yelled. As she shrieked and pointed, the tall man opened his coat and dropped down, enveloping her within it. He rose to his feet and advanced on me, both sides of his coat held high like the wings of some enormous bat. From the abyss within, I thought that I could still hear Aunt Carol's distant and slowly fading scream. In just a few seconds, I too would be swept inside. "The worst thing that he can do is drive you mad. The worst thing he can do is drive you mad." "I'm going to get a glass of water," I said through gritted teeth, and then turned toward the bathroom. Cloth rustled as the tall man's coat passed over me. Like a shadow or a bad dream, he was gone. That simple act, filling a glass, drinking it, and going back to bed, was the hardest thing that I had ever done. I shut the door tight behind me, pulled the covers up over my head, and I began to pray. Please, please God, let him be gone when I wake up. The Thanksgiving morning dawned bright and clear. I stretched and sighed, content in my cozy cot, at least until I remembered where I was and what was happening. Granny Lorraine's death, the tall man, Aunt Carol, and Uncle Alan's gruesome disappearances. As it all came rushing back, I realized that my head wasn't the only one on the pillow. The tall man stared back at me, his mouth stretched into a wide smile. I gritted my teeth, rolled over, and got out of bed. My parents and Uncle Isaac were already downstairs in the kitchen, making coffee, chatting, and pouring Granny Lorraine's off-brand cereal into plastic bowls. It was strange. Aunt Carol and Uncle Alan were both missing, but nobody had asked about them. On my way down the stairs, I took down an old family photograph. I pulled my mother aside and showed it to her. "Who's this?" I asked, pointing to a much younger and happier Uncle Alan. "Who's who?" My mom squinted, confused. "Honey, there's nobody there. This is just me, your Uncle Isaac, and your Granny Lorraine." I wasn't sure which possibility terrified me more. The idea that she couldn't see Uncle Alan and Aunt Carol, or the idea that she was pretending not to see them. Did my parents know about the tall man too? Or did being taken by the tall man somehow erase people from existence? Either way, nobody included either Uncle Alan or Aunt Carol in the funeral arrangements. My father explained that we would be burying Granny Lorraine that morning, and then driving home in the afternoon. "Don't worry," he winked. "After today, you'll never have to set foot in this miserable place again." Once we had finished breakfast, I was ordered upstairs to shower and change clothes. I hated to make myself so vulnerable with the tall man around, but I had a plan. I left the lights on and the doors open. I checked behind the shower curtain and even sang hymns while I washed off. I had no way of knowing whether the noise and light would keep the tall man away, but I had to try something. So far, he had only been able to appear when I was alone or with one other person. But for all I knew, each person that he took made him that much stronger. I dried off and went to the closet for my stuffy, kid-sized suit. And that was how the tall man got me. When I stepped inside, he swung down from the ceiling, twisting hideously so that we were face to face. I began to scream, but then salvaged it with an old hymn. "Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me." The tall man's face darkened as though I had disappointed him. It was a perfectly ordinary face. Mid-40s, light-skinned, sad green eyes, and somehow that made it all the more horrible. The tall man scowled and backed away into the gloom of the closet. While the adults got ready, I searched for clues about the tall man. Granny Lorraine didn't have a family tree or any genealogy books. The only reading material in the entire house was a stack of romance novels and tabloid magazines beside a recliner. I did, however, find a cardboard box full of my mother's old school things. At the very bottom was a stack of crayon drawings that she had done in kindergarten. They looked like the usual stick figure family that any child might draw, except for the tall figure in a stovepipe hat who appeared in the corner of every page. My heart skipped a beat when we all finally walked out together into the soothing fall sunshine. Was this it? Were we about to leave the tall man behind for good? My mother turned a key in the front door lock and then rested her head on the worn siding. "Bye, Ma," she sighed, and then stood tall and walked down to our car and climbed into the driver's seat. Uncle Isaac, who got car sick on the winding country roads, rode shotgun, while my father and I piled into the back seat. The engine turned over, and a few minutes later, Granny Lorraine's house was just a gray speck among endless fields of brown grass. Uncle Isaac turned around to ask my father something, and then clamped his hand over his mouth. The tall man had appeared in the seat between us. His spine had bent gruesomely to fit into the tight space, and his multi-jointed fingers were inching eagerly toward me. The tall man couldn't hurt me unless I acknowledged him, but my father didn't know that. He let out a grunt of surprise and swung a fist at the tall man's face. Now that sucker punch would have knocked out any ordinary man, but it only connected with empty air. The tall man contorted in the back seat like some awful boneless animal, twisting until he had stuffed my father inside that filthy overcoat. Memories of front yard ball games and fishing trips flashed before my eyes, and just as quickly my father had been swallowed up. My mother kept her hands perfectly placed on the steering wheel, like she was taking a driver's test. "So, honey," she forced herself to say, "what would you like for lunch after the funeral?" I don't know how I responded or how we managed to have a normal conversation, but by the time that we had reached the funeral home, the tall man had vanished once again. My tear-filled eyes locked with my mother's in the rearview mirror. It was the closest we ever came to talking about the secret that we shared. A few weeks after we buried Granny Lorraine, I got a letter in the mail from Uncle Isaac. There had been no sign of the tall man since he had taken my father, although whether that was because his hunger was sated or because he was biding his time, I had no idea. I still sensed him sometimes, waiting beneath a tree in the rain or in the grimy public bathroom stall beside mine, for example, but he hadn't actually appeared. Maybe that was what made me reluctant to open Uncle Isaac's letter, the fear that if I did, this whole thing would start all over again. To get my mind off of everything that happened, my mother had pressured me to take part in the school play. I reluctantly agreed, and while I soon discovered that I enjoyed acting and prop making, I didn't like the feeling of being at school after hours. All those empty corridors, those long lines of silent lockers and darkened classrooms, seemed like a perfect environment for the tall man. One gray Tuesday before winter break, my friends Chelsea and Aaron announced that they were going to stay late to paint the background scenery. We were putting on our play that Friday and time was running out. The last thing that I wanted was to spend even more time in that creepy after-hours auditorium. But the prospect of waiting around by myself for my mother to pick me up was even worse. I did my best to have fun with my friends, but the truth was, I was just waiting for something to happen. And so it did. Miss Healy, the play director, suddenly began looking a little green. She stood in a hurry and announced that she was going to the restroom, and that we had better behave until she got back. Chelsea, Aaron, and I managed to keep straight faces until she was out the door, and then we burst out laughing and started flicking paint at each other with our brushes. I didn't notice the gaunt figure moving behind the stage curtains until it was right in front of me. The moment that I saw the tall man, I knew that I wasn't going to let him take anyone else, no matter what it took. I grabbed the jar of paint and splashed it into Chelsea's eyes. Aaron's jaw dropped, but he had no time to react before I got to him as well. By the time that Miss Healy got back, both of them were crying and rolling on the floor, and the tall man had faded back behind the curtains with a scowl. Of course, I was removed from the play and suspended. There was talk of psychiatrists or even lawsuits, but it came to nothing in the end. My mother went through the motions of punishing me, but I think she understood better than anyone why I might have done what I did. And all the time at home finally gave me a chance to read Uncle Isaac's letter. And by the time you read this, it began, I'll be someplace where he can't find me. Or at least I hope so. I can't do this anymore. I can't go on waiting for him to make me jump or gasp at the wrong moment. I can't go on pretending that the people around me aren't being crammed inside of that horrible black coat. I wish I had some answers for you, kid. I can't tell you what he is or where he came from. All I know is, once you start seeing him, you can't stop. He's everywhere. And here's another thing, something that I think about a lot late at night while I'm trying to drink myself to sleep. What if our family aren't the only ones? What if sooner or later one of those awful things appears to everybody? What if just about everyone you meet is sharing that same horrible secret, but as soon as anyone tries to acknowledge it, a tall man takes them away? At first, I thought that he would come for me as soon as I started writing this. I thought that somehow he would understand that I was breaking the rules. But you know something?
He's hovering over my shoulder right now. He can see the words on the page and the pistol that I've got pressed against my chin, and from the rumbling noise in his chest and the drool running down his chin, he's laughing. Weeks passed before the police found Uncle Isaac's body. The worst he can do is drive you mad, Granny Lorraine had said. At first, her words had felt comforting, but now they seemed like a curse. I would never be able to let my guard down. The tall man would always be there around a corner behind a curtain, or crawling across the ceiling of a dark room. He would always be trying to break my resolve and take the ones that I loved. Even back then, I thought that I could understand why Uncle Isaac had done what he did. A few days later, however, something happened that made me swear never to follow in my uncle's footsteps. It was around 9 o'clock a few days before Christmas. My mother was in the shower and I was sitting on the living room floor playing video games. I had found that the bright colors and repetitive motions helped to numb the pain that I'd been feeling since the tall man had come into my life. I had just paused to take a drink of water when the doorbell rang. Ordinarily, the tall man never announced himself, but something about that long, lonely chime gave me a sinking feeling. I mean, who else could be on our porch so late at night? The shower was still running and I knew that I would be in serious trouble if I didn't answer it. And so I dragged my feet to the front door. I peeked through the side window, but all I could see was the wet and black asphalt of the street and snowdrifts lit by Christmas lights. If it was the tall man, the last thing that I wanted to do was accidentally acknowledge him by asking, "Who is it?" I gulped and opened the door. The package delivery man outside looked chilled to the bone. He rubbed his hands together, blew on them, and then passed me a package with a pen. Sign for this. It was addressed to my mother, and I realized with a twinge of guilt that she had probably ordered me a last-minute Christmas present. I scribbled on the pad the delivery driver handed me and waved goodbye to him. He was slogging his way back through the snow to his truck when I noticed a pair of black boots standing beside me on the frozen doormat. The tall man. He seemed to be watching the house across the street. At first, I couldn't see what was so special about it. It was just an ordinary suburban house, with an ordinary suburban family gathered around the television in its living room. I could see them through the window, sipping mugs of hot chocolate while they watched some feel-good holiday movie. A father, 2 twin boys, a baby girl, and... No, it couldn't be. Another tall man rested his hands on the back of the baby's bouncy chair while she leaned toward the screen oblivious. His boots, a top hat, and black overcoat were identical to those of the tall man beside me. But his face was Uncle Isaac's. Although there was no way of knowing across such a long distance, I felt sure that he had seen me. I bit my cheeks to mask the horror on my face and then backed through the front doorways, though I had done nothing more than collect a package. The tall man pressed his face against the window. He held a 5-jointed finger up to his lips and grinned. I turned away. When I glanced over my shoulder again, both of the tall men were gone. It didn't matter though. I knew that they would be back. It's possible that I'm not the first one to try to tell the world about the tall man. For all I know, all the letters people have written over the years all wound up stuffed into the void inside those long dark codes, and all the forum posts mysteriously disappeared into the black hole of cyberspace. For those who don't know, the truth sounds insane. For those who do, it's too dangerous to repeat. Maybe you have no idea what I'm talking about, but even if you've never seen a tall man, don't worry. Someday you will. In the summer of 2024, I had just gone through the worst breakup of my life. I had been dating my girlfriend Amanda for 4 years when I discovered that she was cheating on me with somebody else in our friend group. It was so out of character for her, I wondered if I had ever known the real Amanda in the first place. I began to question everything, my entire worldview. Our friend group splintered and I was all alone and quickly heading towards a very dark place. I decided that I needed a fresh start. I have a degree in library sciences and I began looking for jobs far away. Places that I'd always wished I could live. Like out west among the mountains or tucked away at the fringes of the Arctic Circle. The job that I eventually got, however, was nothing quite so exotic, but very prestigious. I don't want to give away the exact details, but I was offered a job as a librarian at one of America's top universities. One of the beautiful ones with breathtaking Gothic architecture and history that stretched back before America was even its own country. The move gave me hope. If I had it my way, I would never have to see Amanda again. I would never run into her at the grocery store, never pass by her on the street. She would just be deleted completely from my life. Little did I know, Amanda was nothing compared to the problems that I was about to face. I started my first day with a spring in my step. I'd even dressed the part. A dark, academia sort of look, with a navy vest over a white button-down and khaki pants. It was a good distraction from the breakup, taking on almost a whole new persona. I would be the cool, younger librarian with the cute glasses and good hair, but I would also have an air of mystery about me, maybe a dark secret or something. It sounds silly now, but at the time, it was a nice fantasy to indulge in. Anyway, the library was composed of 5 floors, 2 floors above ground and 3 floors below. That's what a lot of people don't realize about university libraries. They hold so many old and rare books, many of them have vast basement floors. It's a weird feeling walking through the stacks of books and knowing up above you is a courtyard or even a lecture hall bustling with students. But you're here underground like some mole or a cave dweller, digging deeper and deeper into rare books that haven't seen the light of day in decades. There was a lot of romance and mystery surrounding the whole thing. Unfortunately, I was to be stationed on the ground level. No labyrinthine book stacks for me, at least, and not usually. The ground floor was still amazingly beautiful. The ceiling was about 2 or 3 normal stories above me, and huge Gothic windows sat at either end of the large space. The old glass set in the arched windows was lumpy and uneven, distorting the view of campus outside. Desks with banker lamps lined the first half of the library, but the second half was all bookshelves, filled to the brim with old, leather-bound books. Anyway, my first day was going well. The head librarian, an older woman named Margaret, was in charge of training me. "We're not done," she had told me around noon, "as I need to get the employee handbook and the list of rules, but you can start getting settled in for the moment." And so I made myself comfortable at the librarian's desk and enjoyed the view. Sunlight streamed in through the Gothic windows. The rows of dark cherry wood desks scattered with students stretched out in front of me. The bookshelves stretched out behind me. I leaned back in my chair and drank in the beauty of the place, feeling hopeful for the first time in weeks. Until I heard the whispering. It was coming from behind me, so it wasn't the students sitting at the desks in front of me. I turned around, but I didn't see anyone. Of course, I wouldn't be able to see anyone at this angle if they were back in the stacks. The whispering was loud enough to be distracting though, so I got up and headed towards the shelves. I would have to reprimand them. So much for being the cool and hip librarian. I walked down the first aisle of shelves, but it was empty. And then I went down the next aisle, also empty. I tilted my head listening and tried my best to pinpoint the location of the sound. It sounded like it was just in the next aisle over, but when I rounded the corner, nobody was there. But the whispering was loud, really loud. It sounded like it was coming from one of the books. I walked back and forth down the aisle, and then I stopped, leaned down, and listened. It sounded like it was coming from the 3rd shelf from the bottom. I leaned down and ran my finger along the old and worn book spines. There. I plucked the book off the shelf. It was bound in old and worn leather as if it had been made decades ago. The pages were yellowed, beyond yellowed, taking on an almost grayish tint. The title embossed on the front cover was some Latin that I didn't understand. I held the book up to my right ear and then to my left. There was no mistaking it. The sound was definitely coming from the book itself. What? It must be some sort of impressive prank, I thought. One of the college kids must have taken this book, carved out some of its innards and placed a tiny speaker inside, like those singing birthday cards. Maybe it was some frat thing and they left the book here. I strained to listen, half expecting the whispers to be saying something ridiculously obscene or something, but I couldn't figure out what it was actually saying. It sounded like multiple voices overlapping each other. I opened the book. The whispers immediately stopped. I flipped through the pages, but I didn't see any speakers, or batteries, or wires. It just looked like an old book as far as I could tell. But I did see something else. Notes scrawled in the margins. I hated when people defaced books like that. It just made my blood boil. Sighing, I squinted to read. "It's coming." One of the notes read on page 98. What do I do when it gets here? They didn't tell me. I don't know what to do. This one ran all the way up the margin on page 306, curving around the corner of the page. The handwriting was scratchy and frantic. "Put it back, put it back, put it back." Those 3 words were written in all lowercase, repeated over and over at the end of a chapter, completely filling the blank space of the page. The writing even crawled into the margins and around the page number, like the person who wrote it was desperate to cover every square inch of that page. I looked down at the page number, 666. Well, that isn't scary at all, I told myself, though my heart was beginning to pound. I flipped the page. Under the chapter heading, there was a single sentence, written in neat scrawl. "Please help me, Colin." I dropped the book. It knows my name. The book, how does it know my name? I stood there, heart pounding, staring at it like it might jump to life and skitter towards me. But all was still. The library was silent save for the soft mutter of conversation from the desks out front. "Colin?" I jumped a foot in the air. Margaret stood behind me. In the harsh daylight streaming in through the windows, she looked like she was 100 years old. Dark shadows settled into her wrinkles. Her long skirt swayed softly around her ankles. "I couldn't find you," she said in an accusatory tone. "Oh, sorry. I just heard whispering and so I thought that I would come and tell. We weren't done and I told you to stay at the desk." She snapped back, almost shouting, "You can't just wander off like that. You could have gotten yourself killed." I squinted at her. "Killed?" She shook her head. "Never mind, just come with me, please. There are some things about the library that you need to know." She grabbed the book on the floor, curiously turned it upside down and reshelved it, and then she turned on her heel and walked down the aisle. I followed her, my heart still pounding. It must have been a coincidence. Colin, it isn't that unusual of a name. I mean, it's not common like Mike or Dan or something, but it's not Bartholomew or Draconis either. And the whispering, it was just a prank, just some electronics hidden somewhere in the book. I kept telling myself that as I followed Margaret back to the librarian's desk. "Please sit," Margaret said, motioning to the chair. I sat down, my throat dry. "There are some rules you must follow if you're going to work here," she whispered. "And if you don't follow them exactly, you might be in danger." "Okay." She pulled out a drawer and took out a piece of paper. Face grim, she slid it across the desk to me. I began to read. List of rules for current librarians. Rule number 1. Being a university library, we do not have a children's section. If you hear a child's voice coming from the stacks, ignore it. Rule number 2. When you close up for the night, if there is a student at the leftmost desk in the back, do not disturb her. Close up as normal. Do not look straight at her. Rule number 3. If you hear whispering from the shelves and it's coming from a book, re-shelve it upside down. Similarly, if you find a book that is bleeding, reshelve it upside down. Reshelving books upside down seems to work for most problems, actually. Rule number 4. If you find a book whose text seems to be written in blood red ink, return it to basement level 3, aisle 19. Rule number 5. No books may be taken out of the rare books room. They only can be viewed by students inside the room. Rule number 6. In the rare books room, there is a book titled Dance of Death by Hans Holbein. It is believed to be bound in human skin. If a tall woman with dark hair comes to the desk and asks for it, take her to it. If anybody else asks for it, tell them that it is no longer in the library's possession. Rule number 7. Once you start employment at our library, you must stay employed here for a minimum of 6 months. I set the paper down and I looked at Margaret, who was watching me intently. Okay, so if I follow these rules, I'll be safe. She nodded. I probably would have laughed or thought that Margaret had gone a little batty if I hadn't just found a whispering book that had my name written in the margins. I mean, did I believe this stuff? No, not really. But there was something weird going on here. Also, Margaret would probably fire me if I didn't follow the rules right. And they were easy enough to follow. Don't go in the basement at certain times. Reshelve certain books in a certain way. Don't let people see the book made out of skin. Easy peasy, right? The rest of my first day went well. I wasn't thrilled with how loud the students were being. There was a group of sorority girls that I had to reprimand thrice. But other than that, things seemed okay. I helped people find books, and I even got some reading done. When it was time to close up, however, I ran into trouble. I was the only one in the library. It was almost 10 o'clock, and as I was packing up my stuff, I heard it again. Whispers. That stupid book, I thought. The rules said that I needed to reshelve the book upside down. Well, that's what Margaret did. Sighing, I set down my stuff and I started towards the bookshelves. The main lights were off now. Only a thin strip of fluorescent lights was on, casting a strange bluish glow over the bookshelves. As I got closer to the whispering, I realized it sounded different from the book's whispers. It sounded excited. I heard a soft giggle and then the crinkle of something like a potato chip bag. I looked up and saw 2 sneakers poking out from the end of the aisle. I let out a little scoff. This wasn't a ghost or a haunted book. Some students had snuck into the library, probably on a dare or something. I approached the end of the aisle. The whispering grew louder and then I could make out 2 words. They're coming. They had heard me. Sigh. The whispers stopped, replaced by rustling, scuffing sounds. I ran to the end of the aisle, but when I got there, they were already gone. I was too old to chase some college kids through a library at almost 10 o'clock at night. The library is closed, I called. Please leave or I'm going to report you to. I trailed off. Who would I report them to? The dean, I guess. I'll report you to the dean, I shouted in my scariest voice. Silence. Maybe they were already on their way out. I sighed, looking around. I'd have to do another sweep to make sure that they were really gone. That would mean another 10 or 20 minutes here. I was so tired already. Sighing wearily, I walked back down the aisle. And then I stopped. I had that feeling. That prickly feeling that starts on the back of your neck, like you're being watched. I froze and turned around, just in time to see a head dart back behind the aisle, followed by a soft giggle. They think that this is funny. It was a woman. All that I had seen was a flash of long strawberry blonde hair catching the light before she darted out of view. Hey, I shouted as I ran after her. Come back here. When I rounded the corner, nobody was there. Oh, come on. What was I supposed to do now?
This was starting to feel less like a dare and more like a prank on me. They were actually seeking me out now, following me, laughing at me. Maybe they think that it's funny to scare the new librarian. But don't they have any better things to do, like drinking or clubbing or something? I pulled out my phone and called Margaret. She didn't answer. I thought about calling somebody higher up, like the dean, but I didn't have their phone numbers and they probably were asleep or something anyway. But this was above my pay grade, right? Chasing some unruly students out of the library. I stood there in the middle of the aisle staring at my phone, and then I realized this was a job for the campus police department. Duh. I started looking up their number, but a soft sound came from the other aisle. I looked up and stopped dead. The bookshelves back here are the hollow metal frame ones instead of solid wood, which leaves a gap between the tops of the books and the shelf above, a gap that you can see through. And in this gap, there were two eyes staring at me. Holy crap, what kind of game were they playing? The eyes disappeared and I heard pattering footsteps in the next aisle, frantically running towards the front of the library. I sprinted down the aisle. I could see flashes of them through the gaps in the bookshelf, running up ahead of me, dark clothing and pale skin. By the time that I reached the end though, he was gone. No wait, he wasn't gone. He was sitting at one of the desks up ahead, facing away from me wearing a hoodie with the hood pulled up. Excitement throttled through me. Gotcha. I tiptoed towards him, holding my breath as I got close. All the lamps were off now. The main area was only lit by a few safety lights, way overhead, and the moonlight was streaming through the Gothic windows. I tiptoed closer to him, and closer. When I got a few feet behind him, within grabbing distance, I said plainly, "Hey, if you and your friends get out in the next 30 seconds, I won't call the police." Nothing. He didn't flinch, didn't move, didn't turn around. I walked right up next to him. I could see the tip of his nose now and a few locks of curly brown hair. "If you don't leave, I'm calling the campus police." Still nothing. I leaned forward to try to catch his eye. No. There was a gash across his throat. Dark red covered the front of his hoodie, seeping into the cotton. It leaked onto his arm and across the book in front of him. I began to scream. My screams echoed in the large space against the huge windows of the stone walls. He can't be dead. He was just running. I would have heard something, I stopped dead. He was gone. No blood, no guy, just a book lying open on the desk, illuminated in the moonlight. My legs wavered underneath me. Panic weighed down on my chest. What is happening? I glanced back to the shelves and my heart fell to the floor. There, standing among the bookshelves, were 4 people, but each of them had been terribly injured. A white girl with strawberry blonde hair matted to her forehead with blood. An Asian guy whose t-shirt was drenched in blood. A short girl with brown skin and a long braid drenched in blood. And the hoodie guy, blood trailing down from his neck. As soon as my eyes focused on them, they vanished. I stood there, the world tilting around me, my ears ringing. Before I collapsed, I took a seat at the desk. And that's when I noticed the book. It was open to a random page in the middle, but the text, it was a normal text. It was various symbols and glyphs from a language that I had never seen before. And it was written in blood red ink. The rules, I realized. The rules said if I found a book with blood red ink, I needed to reshelve it. On the lowest basement level, B3. Well, crap. I swallowed and looked around. The library was empty, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even outside, the campus appeared dark and empty.
The full moon distorted and warped through the glass. I was expected to go down to the basement all alone and reshelve this book. My brain struggled for a moment. On one hand, that seemed like a really stupid idea. On the other hand, Margaret told me to follow the rules. I was terrified of what would happen if I broke them. So holding the book to my chest, I started my descent. There was no elevator, just sets of spiraling wooden staircases drilling lower and lower into the earth, narrowing with every floor. I remembered looking at the floor plan of this place and noting that the basement levels were much bigger than the main floor. While the main floor was several thousand square feet, the first basement level was almost double that, and each level got progressively bigger. With that unsettling thought, I descended the steps as fast as possible, and before I knew it, I was stepping into the B3 level. Just like upstairs, only the safety lights were on. They were much smaller though, and there were great big swaths of darkness between each light. The shadows pooled between the bookshelves, looking like they might swallow you up if you got too close. Get this over with. Find aisle 19 now. Taking a quick look at the shelf numbers, I realized that aisle 19 would be at the far side of the room. Just my luck. But the fact that I was following the rules should offer me some protection, right? If there was something down here, I wasn't trying to disturb it. I wasn't wandering or loitering or making noise. I was returning the book that was supposed to be returned. Margaret promised me that I would be safe if I followed the rules. Didn't she? I power walked down the first aisle of bookshelves. The covers were all cloth, burgundy and fur green, embossed with gold and silver titles. Rare books, first editions of famous novels. Some of the titles skewed towards the weird. Occultism in the 19th century, rituals and rites in North America. I swallowed and picked up the pace. I finally found aisle 19. I glanced over the shelves. Was I supposed to put it somewhere in particular? The rules hadn't said. I scanned the titles thinking that maybe I should try to put it in alphabetical order. Except wait, the book that I was holding didn't have a title. It was just a blank leather cover. Just put it somewhere, anywhere, I told myself. I shoved it onto a middle shelf and then began to turn around. I froze. On the bottom shelf, there was something laying across one of the books. Something silky and gold. It was hair. A lock of strawberry blonde hair. No. I glanced past it and saw the shadow of a bloody head, hidden behind the books, deep in shadow. No. A woman's body had been stuffed into the lowest bookshelf, and judging by the hair, it was the same woman that I had seen upstairs. The ghost with the bloody hair matted to her head. The lights flickered, and then I realized that all four of them were there. The short girl, the Asian guy, the white guy in the hoodie. Each of their bodies stuffed onto a different shelf. I backed away, and the lights flickered wildly overhead. I turned around and I broke into a sprint. Pop. I glanced back to see that the farthest light down the aisle had gone out. The next light flickered and shuddered, and then it went out too. Pop. And the next one. They were falling like dominoes, going out one by one, quickly plunging the library into darkness. I burst into the stairwell and then I ran for my life. I didn't stop for a breath until I had made it back to my car. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I looked up at the library. Chills ran down my spine. The Gothic stonework reached towards the sky. Dim light leaked out of one of the arched windows, and I thought that I saw a shadow flit across the room, distorted and blurred by the 100-year-old glass. I want to quit, I told Margaret the next morning. You can't quit, it's in the rules. You have to be here for 6 months, a minimum. I had a sneaking suspicion that rule wasn't related to anything supernatural. but maybe I could stay if Margaret agreed to one request. You can't put me on the late shift again. Daylight hours only. She sighed. Is this really necessary, Colin? Yes it is. Okay, what happened? There were... How could I say this without sounding insane? Then again, Margaret's list of rules had been pretty off the wall. If anyone was going to believe me, it should be her. I saw 4 college students who looked like they were dead. And? I balked. And? Isn't that enough? Oh, the quartet won't hurt you, she said. The quartet? Yes, she said, not giving any more explanation. I didn't include them in the rules because they aren't dangerous. Yes, they are restless spirits, but it's the book that's dangerous. As long as you follow the rules about the book, no harm will come to you. She paused. Well, no physical harm at least. I suppose interacting with them can be a little traumatic. So you knew about them and you didn't tell me. She shrugged. They won't hurt you. Look, just put me on day shifts only, please. I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee anything long term. Okay, that's fine for now. I would cross that bridge when it came to it. I figured that nothing in the library could hurt me so long as it was bright and filled with college students. I mean, really, was a demon going to come out of the books when the entire football team was sitting right there, cramming for their psych final? I'll be safe in the daytime, I thought. I didn't know how wrong I was. That morning was slow. Only a few students came in, taking up a desk in the far corner to study. I decided to use my time to research the quartet, since Margaret refused to talk about them, no matter how many times I asked her. It didn't take long to uncover an article published by the campus newspaper. The 4 students had lived in the same building freshman year and became fast friends, especially because they were all in the university orchestra together. I thought that Margaret had called them a quartet just because there were 4 of them, but apparently they had actually started a musical quartet. The white girl with the strawberry blonde hair had played cello, the short girl with the long braid had played the viola, and the 2 guys had played violin. They were even planning to record an album of orchestral music together. They were ambitious, doing well in their classes and well-liked among their peers. And then they had been found dead, on the lowest basement floor of the library. The article didn't go into more detail, so I started scrolling through various message boards, and that's where I found the truth. According to friends, they had planned an overnight stay in the library that night. They had heard rumors of a book that only manifested after midnight that could grant the finders anything that they wanted, like fame and success. But then the next morning, their bodies were found by the custodian. They had been stuffed into the bookshelves on the lowest basement level, covered in horrible wounds. Some official media reports mentioned strange occult behavior too, probably referencing the book. How does a book kill someone? I thought. Maybe it was cursed, or maybe it contained an incantation that they read aloud that caused the horrible wounds on their body. I tapped my fingers on the keys, and then I opened up the library catalog system. The book didn't have a title on the cover, so I didn't know what to search for. I tried filtering books by year published, because it was obviously very old, and then by their location in the library, which I guessed was the 3rd basement level, B3, but I didn't find anything. And then on a whim, I searched for the word untitled, and a book came up, but the location simply read unavailable. Was that the book, or was there some other random book titled untitled? Or was this simply what the computer would spit out if you looked for an untitled book? Excuse me, a voice said from above, breaking me out of my thoughts. I need to return this. She dropped a book on the counter, something about 18th century history. Without even looking at her, I flipped open the cover to scan the barcode. My heart stopped. Written in the corner of the title page in hastily scrawled pencil were 2 words: "Help me." What the heck? I looked up at her. No, it was the girl from last night. Her dark braid was drenched in blood. A rivulet trickled down her cheek, staining her brown skin. Her mouth was wide open in a silent scream and her eyes were pure white. And then, in an instant, she vanished into nothing. I leapt back, letting out a yelp. The 3 students at the desk looked back at me confused. "Sorry," I choked out. "Spider, just a spider." One of the guys laughed and then returned to their work. I looked back down at the book, heart hammering in my chest. It was still laying open on the desk, and the message in pencil was still there. "Help me," like a message from beyond the grave. The other 3 students visited me too, in broad daylight. While the library was filled with students, I saw the tall Asian guy standing in the stacks. As soon as I turned towards him, he evaporated into nothing. The white girl flitted behind him just barely in my peripheral vision. I could hear her hushed giggles. And the hoodie guy appeared at a desk again, blending in with the other students. I didn't even recognize him until I came back from lunch, and I saw the blood running down his neck. But Margaret was right. They didn't hurt me. They just lingered. They wanted my attention. They wanted me to help them. But how? I didn't know. I searched for more articles, more message boards, but I didn't find any more information about the book or their deaths. I wasn't sure what to do. So over the next week, I just tried to ignore them. I focused on my work, on making a good impression. I tried to be the most helpful, best librarian that I could be. I foolishly thought that maybe things were looking up. I had even made a friend, a postdoc student named Claire who came in often for her classics thesis. The books she checked out were in Latin and other languages that I didn't understand, and she was 2 years older and 5 times smarter than me. But I entertained the thought that there was a spark between us. But as it turned out, Margaret was right. There were things far more dangerous in the library than the quartet. It was late afternoon on a Wednesday. The campus outside the window was blurry shades of gold, long shadows stretching across these stone pathways. I was idly staring out the window when there was a sharp rap on my desk. I looked up to see a woman. She was very tall, around 6 feet, with ebony black hair. She was beautiful, but not in an attractive way, if that makes any sense. There was no warmth to her. She had ice-cold blue eyes and skin so pale that it almost looked translucent. She looked like she could be in college, except she was dressed in old-looking clothing. Really old-looking clothing. An ornate cream and maroon dress trailed onto the floor that almost looked like a Halloween costume for a 1500s baroness. I glanced around, but it didn't seem like any of the other students noticed this oddly dressed lady. "I'm looking for Dance of Death by Hans Holbein," she said in a soft voice. Why does that sound so familiar? And then I remembered the rules. That was the title of the book bound in human skin, wasn't it? I wasn't supposed to show it to anyone except. I pulled out my drawer and scanned the rules. The woman matched the description of the one person who was allowed to see it. "It's downstairs," I said quietly, so that nobody else would hear me. She followed me down the stairs to the rare book room. I pressed my key card against the reader and the light turned green, emitting a melodic beep. I handed her a pair of gloves, put on some myself, and then started looking through the shelves. There weren't many books in the rare book room, so I found it easily. Surprisingly, it didn't look much different from the other old books that I had seen. Red and gold had been embossed over the skin, hiding its true color and texture. I pulled it off the shelf, stomach rolling, and I began to turn around. "Here it is, miss." But my words died in my throat. The woman was still standing there, but she was smiling, grinning, a manic, awful grin stretching up to her eyes. My stomach did a flip. The rules said to let her see the book. She didn't move. She just stood there grinning at me. No, not at me, but at the book. Her eyes were locked on it like it was the most interesting thing that she had ever seen. I broke out in a cold sweat. My legs shook beneath me. I dropped the book onto the desk in the middle of the room and I quickly darted backwards, like a zookeeper giving a slab of meat to a hungry lion. She dove towards the desk and sat down. In one quick motion, she flipped the book over, running her hands along the cover. "My love," she whispered, "I'm so sorry." And then it all clicked into place. Your husband?" I asked, a lump forming in my throat. She took her eyes off the book for a second. "Yes." She pulled one of the gloves off and then poised her bare finger above the book. As soon as her skin had touched the cover, she disappeared into thin air. I stood there in the cold, humidity-controlled room, my heart pounding, and then I grabbed the book and slid it back onto the shelf. I locked up the room and I went back upstairs. It seemed like that was the extent of the thing. Reunite the woman with her husband, and then she disappears and you're in the clear. At least I hoped that was the case. When I got back up to the main floor, I walked around a bit, trying to shake off the nervous energy and anxiety clamping down on my chest. But the library had other plans for me. As I got to aisle 9, I noticed a trail of blood. It pooled in the crevices between the floorboards, seeping in through the cracks, dark and sticky. I looked up, but it seemed like none of the students here noticed it, too busy cramming for midterms. I walked down the aisle, following the trail of blood. It got thicker and thicker until I heard the audible plipping of blood dripping. I looked up to see trails of blood dripping off the wooden shelves and onto the floor. All the blood was coming from a single book on one of the middle shelves. I slowly, gingerly slid it out, and then I opened it. The blood saturated the middle swath of pages, caking them and sticking them together. The first page where the blood started, the only one that I could read since it wasn't stuck, read, Chapter 8, Rites and Rituals of the Dead. Well, that wasn't creepy at all. The rules said that I was supposed to turn the book upside down and reshelve it. So I did just that, and for the moment, that seemed to staunch the flow of blood. Unfortunately, that didn't make the existing blood on the floor disappear. Sighing, I went back out to the shelves in search of cleaning supplies. Margaret had never actually told me where the cleaning supplies were, which had seemed negligent, now that I thought about it. If she knew there was a book that wept blood, she should tell me where she keeps a mop. I scrawled a quick note on my desk in case anybody needed me. Be back in 10 minutes, and then I walked back into the stacks, making my way along the back wall looking for the supply closet. I eventually found the unmarked door and I flung it open. Except it wasn't a supply closet. It was a stairwell. What? I stood there frozen. Did the rules say anything about a hidden stairwell? I didn't think so. But here it was, a curved, narrow wooden staircase descending into the darkness. I felt around the doorway for a light switch, but there wasn't any. Well, that doesn't make any sense, I thought. Do they expect anyone who wants to go down to bring their own flashlight? Curiosity overwhelmed me. Did it lead down to the first basement level, or to a secret room? Don't go down there, I told myself sternly. This is like what the first kill in every horror movie does. Why yes, let's go down the secret stairwell in the haunted library. Nothing bad will happen. I promptly shut the door. But as I walked away, I heard my name. Colin. The voice was faint, echoey, feminine. I froze in my tracks. Colin, is that you? It sounded like it was coming from deeper in the stairwell. "Colin, it's me, Claire." It was her voice, definitely hers with the lower pitch, with the faint drawl. I stepped back towards the door. "Claire?" I called hesitantly. "Yeah, it's me. Can you come help me? The door's locked from the inside. I've been stuck in here for hours." My throat was dry. That can't be her, can it? It's gotta be something mimicking her, right? I pulled up my phone and looked at the photo that I had taken of the rules. None of them had mentioned the secret stairwell or a mimic. I called Margaret first, but she didn't pick up. And then I called Claire. She had given me her number a few days ago. A second later, I heard a phone ringing deep in the darkness of the stairwell. I walked towards the door, hand outstretched. Wait. If she had her phone with her, why wouldn't she have called somebody for help? Wouldn't she have turned the flashlight on? As I stood there, the phone pressed against my ear, I heard a click, and then Claire's voice came through the earpiece.
"Hello?"
"It's Colin. Are you at the library right now?" I asked, but I knew what she was going to say.
"No, I'm not,"
she replied, sounding concerned.
"Why?"
No reason." I hung up, but whatever was down there didn't stop. Shouting, shrill and panicked, came from behind the door. "I'm down here, Colin. I'm down here." I started walking back to my desk. The shrieks took on a strange pitch, sounding choked and garbled now, like they were coming from underwater, but I ignored them completely. When I got back to my desk, I opened the drawer and pulled out the list of rules. I grabbed a pen and scrawled. Rule number 8. If you see a dark stairwell behind a door and hear somebody you know crying for help, don't go down. It isn't them. I had survived for a grand total of 2 weeks at the library. I told Margaret the new rule and she praised me. She hadn't encountered the stairwell yet. She admitted that the previous librarian had left no set of rules, and that she had to write them down as she went along. This time as we talked, I noticed that her left hand was missing its pinky and ring finger. I wondered how many librarians had suffered, in addition to Margaret. I wondered if any had died. On the evening of October 14th, Margaret assigned me to night duty again. I was okay with that, knowing everything that I knew now. I figured if I knew more than Margaret at this point, and I was the one adding rules to the list, I was well prepared. But I wasn't prepared for what I found that night. That evening, the library was empty after 9 p.m. With midterms over, every day was slow and no college kid is going to spend the evening in a library when they don't have a test to cram for. Except a college kid looking for an enchanted book. I found him hiding in the back aisles on the 3rd basement level. I thought that I had heard rustling and I thought it was one of the quartet back to haunt me. But instead I found a lanky college kid sitting on the floor playing on his phone. "The library closes in 5 minutes, I said. "I know," he replied sheepishly, looking at his feet. He made no move to get up, however. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through the photo of the rules just to check. But there was no mention of a lanky blonde guy in a Joe's Surf Shop hoodie being an evil entity from beyond. I stared at him perplexed. "You need to leave," I said clearly, enunciating every word. Maybe English wasn't his first language. Maybe he was an exchange student from Norway or something. "Have you heard of the Book of Blood?" he asked me. Which one? The one that bleeds or the one with the weird symbols written in blood?" He blinked. The second one, I think." He returned to looking at his feet. "You know, if you find it, it'll grant your heart's desire. Or at least that's what they say." I stared down at him, not sure what to say. And then I checked my phone. 9:58. We weren't supposed to be in the basement levels after close. "Okay, well, we gotta go," I said. "Come on." "Everybody's looking for it, but they don't need it like I do. and the book only appears to the people who need it most. Okay. He finally got up and started walking for the stairs. I breathed a sigh of relief. But when we got to the main level, instead of walking through the front doors, he stopped in front of the visitor's log. Nobody even used it. It was a big old book set next to the front door for people to sign or leave notes. I had never seen anybody actually sign it. College kids have better things to do. I waited for him to open the door, but he just stood there looking at the book, silently, intently, not saying a word. My stomach flipped. Margaret didn't know all the rules, remember? A little voice in my head whispered, maybe this guy was somebody that you didn't know about. A new spirit, a bad one. I took a step back, my heart starting to pound. They say you have to write your name in blood in the visitor book before midnight, he said, still not looking at me. And then the book will manifest if you're worthy. Have you ever tried it? You really have to leave, I pressed. The library's closed. He looked out the door and turned away from me. His wild, blonde hair was silhouetted by the moonlight. I can't leave, he replied in a low voice. Why not? A few seconds of silence passed between us. He didn't turn around. Maybe he can't leave. Maybe he's dead. Maybe he's going to kill me. My heart ratcheted up, pounding painfully in my chest. The guy finally turned around. He was crying. I flunked 2 midterms, he said, his voice wavering. I need a win, I need something. Just let me stay, please. My heart plummeted. Poor guy, I knew how it felt to be heading towards a dark place. To feel like your luck has run out and everything in your life is heading for disaster. Amanda's face flashed through my mind. I can't, I'm sorry. The book, it's really dangerous. He paused, listening closely. I know how it is when everything goes wrong. I forced an awkward smile. This isn't the answer. There are all kinds of resources to help you. Student tutors, office hours, you can do it. You don't need the book. He paused and then finally he nodded. Okay. He passed through the doors, leaving me alone. I watched him walk down the stone pathway and into the moonlight, distorted by the old glass. And then something occurred to me. The Book of Blood. It didn't manifest to those who needed it most. It preyed on them, preyed on the vulnerable, like the quartet who were looking for their big break. Just like gambling, like lottery tickets, it preyed on those who needed some luck, who needed a win, and I needed to stop it. That's what the quartet wanted me to do. They wanted me to destroy it, so that nobody else would become its victim. I walked over to the visitor book. It lay splayed open on the table as if inviting me to write in it, as if daring me. I'll be back, I whispered to it. You can't do this, Margaret told me. I had told her my plan. Tonight I was going to intentionally summon the Book of Blood and I was going to destroy it. I was ready. I had researched everything that I could online over the past week. A few people said that they thought fire would destroy it. I had no way of knowing whether this were actually true or not, but it made sense. I threw a lighter in my bag, along with a small knife for the bloodletting. The book is dangerous, I told you that, she pleaded with me. I know, that's why it needs to be destroyed. You have to follow the rules, and I have been, I replied. But it's going to keep luring people out here, and at some point it's going to kill more students. Do you want more people to die? Of course not, she huffed. So let me do this. If you die, you won't be fulfilling your 6 months of mandatory employment, she replied. I think that I'll have bigger problems at that point. She sighed. Is there anything that I can do to convince you not to do this? I shook my head. When I pulled into the library's parking lot, I pulled out my phone. My finger hovered over the screen as I hemmed and hawed. "Screw it," I muttered. Claire picked up after the third ring.
"Hello?"
"Will you go out with me?"
What?"
"Like on a date," I clarified. A pause. I normally would be dying inside right now, but considering that I was about to fight a lethal book, I didn't really care.
"Yeah,
She said finally, her voice a little strained, a little nervous.
I would love to."
"Great." And riding on the high of her yes, I walked up the steps to the library. The sky was already dark. Golden leaves skittered across the ground in the cold autumn wind. The great stone library loomed above me like some enormous creature laying in wait for me. Golden light spilled out of the arched windows, the inside of the library warped and smeared through the old glass. I walked up the steps and I pulled open the heavy oak door. I waited until closing time, and then I got my gear: lighter, knife, rope, sage, a bunch of other stuff that I probably didn't need. I walked over to the visitor's log, the moonlight shining down on me, and I slid the knife across my palm. I grabbed the quill. I dabbed a little hand sanitizer in the edge of it first. No use in getting some disease from this thing. And then I dipped it into the pooling blood on my palm. I began to write my name. It was a lot harder to write with blood than what it looked like in the movies. To save on blood, I started writing the letters really small, but it still required a lot of it. My last name wasn't one of those short, simple ones, like Jones or Smith. No, I had one of those long Polish last names, with lots of C's and Z's. I had never been more unhappy about that fact than right now. I managed eventually to write my whole name in blood. By the end of it, my palm was throbbing painfully, but I was done. And then I waited until the stroke of midnight. At midnight, I went down to the shelf where I had put the book last, aisle 19 in B3. The basement floors were dark as usual, the shadows threatening to take over everything. But when I perused the shelves, the book wasn't there. After half an hour, I gave up and I went back upstairs. I decided to look up in the catalog again. Maybe it would have a location, this time somehow. I typed in untitled, and this time it did come up with a location. Aisle 11, B3 level. I started to stand. No, the location changed. Now it said aisle 8, B1. What? I watched as every second or so the book's location changed. Although it seemed to be getting closer, it wasn't a linear trajectory. It went back and forth, but it had started on B3, and now most of the locations were popping up as B1. And then, just like that, the location stopped changing. I was on the main level, aisle 13 behind me. I began to stand, and then the power cut out with a sizzling pop. The computer screen blinked off. Every light in the library went off, even the safety lights. Only the red exit sign remained on, glowing in the darkness at the opposite end of the library. I swallowed. This is it. I pulled up my phone, turned on the flashlight, and then got up. My legs shook underneath me. I walked towards aisle 13, my heart pounding in my chest, and then I saw it. A thin trail of blood reflecting in the light from my phone. I walked over to it and then turned. The trail led down the aisle in a thin line. I heard the pit of it dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond. I followed the sound until I found the untitled book, wedged on the top shelf. And that's when I saw something glinting at the end of the aisle. 4 pairs of eyes. Fear seized me, but then I realized that it was only the quartet. They stood at the end of the aisle, silent, watching me intently, their faces barely lit in the light of my phone. And then, one by one, each of them nodded. I grabbed the book off the shelf and flipped it open, and then I pulled the lighter out of my pocket. The flame ignited in the darkness and the bookshelves awash in orange flickering light, and then I touched the fire to the page. The flames hungrily burned up the old paper, a jagged line of char crawling down the page towards the spine. I glanced up at the quartet. They were smiling. Not evil, ominous smiles. They looked happy. And then I noticed the blood was gone. Their injuries were healed. For the first time, they looked as they must have looked in life. Happy, smiling, and full of promise. And then, in a blink, they disappeared. My heart soared, but then I froze. A gust of wind blew through the shelves. It was so sudden, so powerful that I dropped the book. It clattered loudly to the floor. The flames flickered and danced in the wind, and then they went out. I was left in utter darkness. I could smell the acrid singe of smoke in the air. No. I flicked the lighter on again with a soft click, and saw that someone was standing in the aisle. Not one of the 4 students. A thin, tall person wearing a long coat and a hat that shaded their eyes. The person raised their hand to point at me, but it was skeletal, all bone, as gray and as weathered as the pages of the book. And then the figure changed. A familiar figure stood in front of me, lit softly in the firelight. Up-slanting blue eyes, a heart-shaped face, curls of dark blonde hair. My entire body thrummed with nervous energy. It was Amanda. "Colin," she said in a sweet, soft voice that pulled back a million memories. "I've missed you so much." This isn't real, I told myself. This isn't real. When I looked closely at her face, I expected it to be wrong somehow, like weird AI art, like some strange jigsaw sewn together. But from everything that I could see, it looked exactly like her. My Amanda, smiling, beautiful, alive in the flickering light. "We can be together again," she said. "Get away from me," I snarled. I don't know what I expected would happen, but it wasn't this. Amanda's beautiful face crumpled into an angry expression, a snarl of rage, and then she was pressed up against the bookshelves. The man she had cheated on me with kissing her neck. Her head tilted back and she made eye contact with me, grinning. This isn't real, I told myself, but that didn't stop the sick, horrible feeling from washing over me. I wanted to vomit, I wanted to run. Seeing them, this hallucination of them, was making my skin crawl. But then I realized with horror that Amanda's face had changed. It was now Claire staring at me and smiling as the man kissed her neck. "She'll never love you," the voice said, but it was a strange mix of both Amanda's and Claire's voices. And another voice, something underneath it, deep and ominous, discordant, jarring, like nails on a chalkboard. "You're not real," I shouted. I tore my eyes away from the image of Claire. I crouched down to the floor and, hands shaking, I touched the flame to the paper. It immediately began to burn, as dry as a bone. But then the wind picked up again, roaring through the shelves, and the fire fluttered dangerously. I crouched and tried to shield it with my body, but the flame still bowed to the floor at the mercy of the wind. Creaking and clacking sounds came from the aisles all around me. More skeletons. "She'll never love you," the voice repeated above me, above the roar of the wind, sounding even more discordant, more off-key. "Nobody will be loyal to you. You are nothing, you are unworthy." The flames danced and bowed and flickered. I tried to block out the voice, tried to build a dam around the torrent of tears that was threatening to fall. "This isn't real," I repeated in my head over and over as the flames danced. "Burn the book and make sure that nobody else dies." But it seemed like a losing battle. The wind roared, the chorus of voices shrieked above me, the bookshelves rattled. A few books clattered to the floor around me, pages splaying open. The flames flickered in and out, flirting with death. And then suddenly something from the rules popped in my head. something that I thought was funny at the time, a weird little line that Margaret had put in there. Reshelving books upside down seems to work for most problems, actually. I grabbed the book still on fire and shoved it back in its place upside down. The flames shot out of the pages, lifting towards the ceiling, and then a horrible shrieking sound pierced the darkness. The wind roared, my clothing stuck to my bones, my hair rippled. I grabbed the bookcase to steady myself, and then the flames grew into a crackling fire stretching up towards the ceiling, lighting the entire aisle in flickering orange light. The shadows stretched and yawned across the floor. The fire crackled and hissed as it turned the pages to ash, and then everything stopped. The screeching, the rattling, the howling wind. The lights flickered back and above my head, temporarily blinding me. I looked around, but there was no Amanda, no Claire. The library was empty. I stood up and I turned to the book, but it was nothing more than a hollowed-out shell. All the pages inside disintegrated to ash. I walked down the aisle, back towards the main desk, and somewhere off in the distance, I thought that I heard the faint sound of violin music, carried on the wind. "I bought this at a charity shop on Market Street," she squealed excitedly. "It looked like something that you two would love." The rigid cardboard box, far too firm for its apparent age, was marked with a black, serif font that read, "Peter's Place." The cover image depicted a titchy plastic figure painted purple striding slowly forwards. A figure seemingly disinterested in the several white plastic figures pursuing it at a far greater pace. And every character powered towards a nearly nondescript house in the distance. Little more than a childlike outline of a home, a triangular roof, 4 windows and a door. The picture contained some indistinguishable shapes of various muted colors. Despite the mint condition of the cardboard, its weathered ink told the truth. There persisted a persuasion, moving towards the forefront of my mind, that the faded cover had lost some of its imagery to time. Lost secrets that perhaps would have told us much more about the ancient game. Who would have told us, perhaps, never to play it? And Grandma proudly placed the game on the coffee table, and I offered my younger sister the Krasinski smirk, as if smugly eyeballing some hidden camera. She stifled laughter behind bubbling lips, and our grandmother obliviously settled into an armchair. It pains me to sound like a brain-rotted adolescent, but Michaela and I haven't ever enjoyed board games, so I wondered why Grandma had presumed otherwise. Still, I felt shameful for thinking that way. I knew better. Around the time I went to university and my sister entered 6th form, the Templeman family adopted a new, stilted dynamic. Mom and Dad had changed. At first, I thought it had something to do with my sister and I embracing new phases of life. However, a few months ago, our parents finally revealed that Grandma was displaying some early signs of vascular dementia. We hadn't been too surprised. During the holidays, Michaela and I often spent a few days at our grandmother's house, and we had noticed her cognitive decline over the years. With this new knowledge, of course, we realized it was more serious than that. We realized that our time with her was precious and fleeting, so we would have done anything to make her remaining days pleasant. Whether it had been a 3-hour marathon of Antiques Roadshow, or an evening on some dull board game. "What are the rules, Emmett?" Grandma asked me. I lifted the lid, wincing as it loudly scraped against the sides of the box. For a moment, I almost needed to strain, as if the lid were wrestling with me, as if it were unwilling to reveal what lay beneath. But it eventually came free. "You need to hit the gym, spaghetti limbs," Michaela laughed. I unleashed a backhanded swing, thumping my sister on the nose with the cover of the box. She recoiled. "Behave, children," Grandma tutted before her eyes suddenly glazed. "Where did you get this game? It looks fun."
I sighed, feeling the mood in the room lower. It was, you bought it first, Grandma. Oh, she softly responded, before clearing her throat uncomfortably. Yes, that's right. Sorry. So, let's start, shall we? I just need to read the rules first, I chuckled. And you need to explain them to us, you dirty cheater, Michaela added. I will, I said, rolling my eyes. I'll repeat them word for word and you'll spend about 20 minutes reading the entire rule book just to check that I didn't lie to you. That sounds about right, Michaela nodded. And then one of you will have to read them aloud a second time because I'll have forgotten, Grandma giggled. My sister and I laughed along, but there was a hint of sadness in that moment of joy. Grandma's wit still cut sharply whenever it poked above ground, but that edge had become blunter over the months. It was a side of her, much like all sides of her, that we rarely saw after the diagnosis. Whatever remained of Grandma in terms of who we knew was slowly dying. And grief is torturous when the body, but not the mind, of a loved one lingers before you, for there may still be moments of that person that you used to know, painful reminders of that gradual deterioration. To fill the pained pause that followed the round of laughter, I explained the rules. In Peter's place, the house is home, the place which safeguards all that is dear to you, all that you wish to hold and never let go. You have been displaced and you must return to your pleasant abode. However, you are not the only one with eyes on that shining beacon in the darkness. Peter is seeing that you have woken far from home and he hungrily eyes this opportunity to take everything that you love. You and your teammates, each moving a white piece 1 or 2 squares per turn, must work together to reach the house. At the end of each round, when all players have taken a turn, Peter, depicted by the purple piece, will move 1 square closer to the same destination. You win if every teammate reaches the house before him. You lose if it becomes Peter's place. You may be faster, but he is far more cunning. Peter knows that legs grow weary. The journey will weather you, perhaps even taking everything. Peter, on the other hand, cannot be slowed, cannot be stopped. He moves steadily. Every turn you will move in whichever direction you so please. There are many possible routes, always the same destination. However, to win, every single player must reach the house before Peter. After moving your piece, you will pick up an item card, adding it to your collection, and a choice card. The cards must correspond with the color, either red or green, of the square on which you land. If you land on an event square, you must also draw a corresponding event card. If a player reaches the house, item and choice cards do not need to be drawn. However, if all players have crossed the line, draw 1 final event card to determine your victory or failure. It may be red or green. This is no game of chance. No matter the situation presented, you decide the way. Peter is an ambitious man. Peter is an inquisitive man. Peter is, above all else, a self-serving man. To him, a house is not a home, it is food. And he will stop at nothing to take it from you, to take everything from you. Understand that you may win today, but nothing lasts forever. One day, the coarse sands of time will rot your door to the ground. One day, Peter will have his place. When all players are ready, the house will open and the game will begin. Grandma sighed. Whoa, that was a mighty mouthful. Most of it simply set the scene. The rules actually seem quite straightforward, I assured her. I know it's a strategy game, but it'll be easier than chess. Think of it that way, Grandma. You're good at chess. Yeah, and plus we have to work together, so we'll help you out, Michaela added. And we won't have to worry about Emmett cheating to beat us. What sparked this Emmett is a cheater crusade? I asked, laughing. Monopoly 2015. Mayfair Gate, my sister bluntly explained. I snorted even louder. I was 10 years old. You put 5 houses on it, Emmett. 5, Michaela barked. The max is 4 and you know it. And you knew it then too.
Nobody stopped me, I shrugged, grinning. It's a good life lesson, Michaela. You've got to keep your eye on the ball, you know. Property development is a ruthless game. My sister huffed while unpacking the box. She started to unfold a large cardboard square onto the carpet, revealing an entanglement of various cross junctions and overlapping routes. There were dozens of ways to reach the plain two-story house with no discernible features. Some roads passed through a dense woodland, and others passed through an abandoned town. My eyes wandered across different passages, trying to ascertain which pathway would be the quickest. The most direct route to the house squeezed between the woodland and the town. However, I counted a greater number of green than red squares on the tempting route, and something told me that green might bring far worse odds. Peter's place unnerved me for a reason that I didn't understand. I found myself not wanting to eye the board for a prolonged period of time. "What have you got your hands on, Emmett?" Grandma asked, waking me from the trance. I had been so transfixed that I forgot that I had plucked an old cotton bag from the box. I loosened the drawstring to find a dusty heap of plastic figurines at the bottom, 3 white and 1 purple. As I removed them from the bag, hand trembling, my sister laughed. "What are the odds? It's as if it were made for us," she said. Something about that sent shivers down my spine, though I internally chastised myself for being frightened by a coincidence. I was trying to make sense of the fear response within my body, embarrassed that I was growing increasingly afraid of something as banal as a board game. There were starting squares in the bottom corners of the board, one on the far left for the main players and one on the far right for Peter. I placed the 3 white pieces who were frozen in sprinting poses on our starting square, and the purple figurine frozen in a brisk walking pose was placed on the opposing square. At Peter's feet, a purple squared route led to the house, circumventing both the woods and the town. No obstacles, no great rush needed. He would creep to the same destination as us, 1 square at a time. "We're in a hurry, aren't we?" Grandma laughed, picking up one of the white figurines and admiring it. "It's been quite a few years since I was able to run like this." "And look at Peter," Michaela said, pointing at the figurine. "He's hardly even trying." "Are we ready to start?" I asked, "or would we rather watch TV?" "Oh, the television set will be there in an hour or so," Grandma said. "Let's play." "Bold of you to think that we'll finish that quickly," Michaela said. "Who's first?" And given my churning gut, I wanted to refuse, but I knew my grandmother might have very few lucid days left. I realized that we had to cherish nights like that one. Soon she might not be able to play board games at all, I thought. Soon she might not even recognize my face. "It doesn't say," I eventually replied. "Grandma, do you want to start? We'll go clockwise. You, Michaela, me, and then Peter." "Sure," Grandma smiled. "You'll have to move the piece for me, though. It'll hurt my back to keep clambering out of this chair." "Of course," I said, lifting one of the white pieces. There came a sharp click from the hallway, startling the 3 of us, and our eyes shot to the back door, which stood ajar. A moment later, we were all laughing at our skittish reactions. "Well, I suppose that means the game begins," Michaela said. "Sorry, dearies," Grandma apologized. "That latch has been on the blink for eons." "I'll shut it," I said. "Oh, don't bother, Emmett. The door will only do it again," she called as I bounded into the hallway. I closed the unlatched back entrance and my eyes were drawn to the patterned glass, which barely allowed any visibility of the field beyond Grandma's cozy back garden. But my gaze met something in the distance, illuminated by the dusky red light of that strange time post-sunset. A being hid in the forest, dark and shapeless, watching me with eyes that couldn't be seen. Driven by some force beyond me, I opened my mouth to release a soundless scream, terrified and helpless in the face of whatever surveyed me. "Emmett," Michaela shouted from the living room. "Are we playing or not?" My lips sharply rejoined and I controlled my breathing, wondering what I had just experienced. Wondering how to rationally explain it to myself, given that I had never suffered from any mental illness. Given that I had never believed in anything beyond what could be seen, heard, smelt, or touched. But on that night, I didn't doubt that something lurked in the forest. Something with intent, neither cruel nor kind. Something that didn't feel at all. "Which way would you like to move?" I asked quietly as I re-entered the room. "Oh, I don't know," Grandma chuckled. "Towards those lovely trees, perhaps." I nodded, sitting on the carpet and veiling my emotions, as I didn't want to be teased for odd behavior. 1 square or 2 squares? "Oh, why 2, of course. The faster we win, the better," Grandma said. I pushed her piece forward and she landed on a green square in the forest. As I reached towards the green pile of item cards, I still struggled to shake the feeling that red would be safer, but it had to be tested. I was relieved and slightly amused to read the item card that I had drawn for my grandmother. It depicted a rectangular wrapper branded with the words, "Brands Grove Oats." "You've earned yourself a chocolate bar," I laughed, handing the item to her. Grandma gleefully took the card, squinting through reading glasses to inspect it for herself. Her strong smile gradually softened into something level, something cold. I had never seen her that way. She was only ever bright and jovial, a woman who always radiated warmth. But as her sunny disposition had departed, a chill swept over my flesh, riddling it with goosebumps. My sister drew a green choice card from the top of the pile and read it quietly. "What does it say?" I croaked. "You wade through a stodgy puddle clogged by brittle flakes. It is far deeper than expected. The liquid rises above your frail ankles, threatening to swallow you. Do you jump out and skirt around the pool, moving 1 square backwards? Or do you risk seizing a nearby branch to free yourself, moving 1 square forward and adding this choice card to your personal supply?" "I object to the notion that I have frail ankles," Grandma gasped, bending forwards with a wince and scratching the fabric on her left sock. "Oh, I don't know. I'm in no hurry. I'll step out of the puddle." I nodded, moving her piece 1 square backwards. "Seems like the safer option to me." "Oh, really? There didn't seem to be any downside to pushing forwards," Michaela said. "It's sad that you would have to keep the choice card," I pointed out. "I have a hunch that we might be punished for having certain things in our supplies. Who knows what we'll draw later?" "Oh, the rules didn't mention that," my sister replied. "The game has unwritten rules," I thought to myself, shuddering as the darkness of the woods filled my fractured mind. Whatever, Peter's slow, isn't he?" "Right, it's my turn," Michaela said, eagerly pushing her piece 2 squares along a different route. "That makes sense to try another way, and I'll pick up this red item card. Oh wow, a shovel. Maybe you'll dig us out of some dire situation," I suggested, trying to perk up. She grinned. "Yeah, or I'll hit you over the head with it if you annoy me. Anyway, let me read this choice card. You find a bicycle propped against a nearby tree. Do you take it, moving forward an extra 2 squares, or leave it, staying on your present square?" "Leave it," I said. Michaela rolled her eyes. "You're no fun. We'll be playing until sunrise at this rate." "That seems risky. If you move 2 squares forward, you'll land on an event space," I said, pointing at the board. "So why are you assuming that events will be bad?" my sister asked, pushing her piece forward. "I'll take the bicycle, and I guess I'll be picking up a red event card. Here we go." My eyes started to lose focus at the edges and my throat elongated, feeling like concrete yet elastic at the same time. I realized that I hadn't breathed in roughly 20 seconds. I had been watching Michaela with a horrified expression as she silently read the card without revealing her thoughts. "What does it say, dear?" Grandma asked, smiling in a way that implied she had forgotten whatever had unnerved her. You become distracted by something in the forest, my sister eventually said. You see a lamb entirely out of place being circled by wild foxes. The predators viciously tear the helpless creature limb from limb. You are so distracted, in fact, that you miss your following turn, and Peter smiles. After all players have finished this round, he will take 2 steps forward. I told you, I sighed. Michaela shrugged. It'll be fine, he's still slow. I smiled weakly, struggling to conceal the burgeoning dread in my body. My turn had finally arrived. I scanned the board, unsure as to which route would be the safest. I was starting to suspect that there may be no safe ways, so I followed my sister's lead. I took yet another path, pushing my white figurine 2 squares to the right, heading towards the abandoned town. As I neared Peter's purple path, a shiver coursed through my form from top to toe, and I was certain that I felt a 4th presence in the room. Certain that I had heard breathing in the lounge's empty corner. Haunted but outwardly composed, I kept playing, told myself that I had started hallucinating, told myself that there may be a leak in the house. I almost excused myself to inspect Grandma's carbon monoxide alarm. I had landed on a red square, which felt safer, though I wasn't entirely sure. I berated myself for fearing a simple game as I picked up a red item. The adrenaline left my body as I read the mundane card. After a few awful seconds of bracing for terror, it was wonderful to feel such a sweet release. It's a torch, I laughed, flashing the card at everyone. A perfectly ordinary item. Nothing that upset me as much as a chocolate bar. Of course, I reminded myself that Grandma wasn't well, and that helped to settle my anxious waters as I reached for a choice card. You find yourself in an empty town, I started, frowning as I wondered how the card coincidentally correlated to the route that I had taken. Go on, my sister laughed. You're such a slow reader. Sorry, I said, clearing my throat. You find yourself in an empty town. Excited to have reached somewhere, you run forwards, move an extra 2 squares. Your excitement fades as you realize drapes are drawn, cars are nowhere to be seen, and every inch of the place appears upon first glance to be uninhabited. But you enter a small store and find a crying girl, palms digging into her eyes. Sounds like every girl's reaction to you, Emmett. Michaela giggled. Shut up, I said, pushing my piece an extra 2 squares forwards. As you get closer, you realize that she's not crying with sadness but joy. Today's a good day. Her face is nothing but a beaming smile, and she finally removes her hands to ask what you would like. And you ask the girl to call a taxi for you, missing your next turn, but moving forwards an extra 5 spaces. Or do you buy some things from the shop, picking up 2 extra item cards? I vote that you call the taxi, Michaela said. What do you think, Grandma? Sorry? Grandma asked, eyes suddenly returning to us. I lost myself for a second. What's happening? Don't worry, Grandma, I said, turning my attention to Michaela. If I call the taxi, I progress 5 spaces to a green square. You really think the colors matter, don't you? This is a game of chance, not just strategy. Each colored pile has good and bad cards. We don't know that, I said, reaching towards the red pile of items. I choose to buy some things from the shop. I've got a blanket and a tire iron. Great additions to my collection. Weird things for the same shop to sell, but okay, Michaela replied. Right, so we've all finished our turns. Round 1's over. Let's move, Pete. I half expected the purple figurine to walk on its own accord, striding to the measured rhythm of some tribal tom-toms. However, I heard only the beat of my overworked heart as my sister pushed Peter 2 squares forwards. No drums and no sign of Robin Williams. Before we continue, I think I should take a trip to the loo, Grandma said, grunting as she braced herself on both armrests of the chair. "Oh, I'll take you," Michaela said, abruptly standing and catching the game's empty box with her foot. "Careful," I said as the cardboard flipped. "Oh, shoot," Grandma said as my sister helped her out of the room. "We should really be thinking about dinner, shouldn't we?" "Emmett said that he'll get takeaway for us," Michaela replied. "It's late though, you're right." "I'll do that now," I distantly said, eyeing the underside of the box. As my grandma slowly exited the room, arms supported by my sister, I closely observed the overturned box. Hastily etched into the back, seemingly with the sharp edge of a blade, was a message. "Can't kill it. Don't play it." There was an unsettling urgency to the penmanship or swordsmanship of the message's anonymous author. It would be rational to interpret the words as evidence of the previous owner's bizarre sense of humor. Still, that wasn't what I believed, though you may as well be tiring of me saying such things without any notable evidence. I simply wanted to delay telling the story of what happened after I staggered across the driveway, sweat cascading down my temple, and slumped into my car. But I will tell you I must. Michaela and I, usually without our parents, visited Grandma often, and the nearby village, like so many secluded parts of Wales, had always been a sleepy and idyllic place. A place mostly inhabited by petrels and not people. However, on that game night, a little after dusk, the town's character had changed. The sleeping land had perished entirely. Still haunted by what I had read on the back of the box, it took a few seconds to process the new air in the village. As I followed the skeletal roads, I almost forgot why I had come to the town, but a gurgling stomach reminded me. Whether the pang had been a sign of hunger or fear, I still did not know. What I wanted more than anything was to turn around, return to Grandma's house, and scorch the game until all that remained were ashes. Can't kill it. As I pulled into the car park of the local supermarket, I inwardly repeated that sentence. The haunting shapes of those letters were engraved into both the box and my eyes. A deranged scrawl searing holes into my retinas. I was so afraid that I hardly noticed my surroundings, which still leaves me thankful. Thankful that I may well have overlooked certain horrors. The ones that I did witness were terrible enough. The shop's glass panes released a white glow onto the streets, a glimmer of hope in that dark place. Yet my dread grew as I neared the automatic doorway, and when I entered the supermarket, much to my displeasure, I found nobody. Around 8 on a warm Saturday evening in the middle of spring, the local store was empty. "It's a small town," I reminded myself. "What is wrong with you tonight? I mean, get a grip." A sudden vibration stuck my side with a hot poker, and I jolted before reaching into my jacket pocket. Often I barely noticed the sound of my phone. On this night, however, the metallic buzz echoed loudly down the silent aisle. Though as I rustled around to retrieve my phone, I convinced myself that I had heard a distant door swinging. "Hi, idiot," I answered.
Whoa, why are you so grumpy?
Michaela asked. "Because this town is dead."
You're only supposed to be grabbing food, not finding a nightclub.
"Yeah, well, you're slowing me down," I pointed out as I entered the aisle for frozen food. "What do you want?"
Grandma took her turn,
Michaela said.
and I had to skip mine, remember? So it's you to go. What do you want to do?
I scoffed. "Didn't want to wait for me, huh? Just move my piece through the town."
How many squares? And I hate to tell you that the next few are all green.
She teased. Better make it 2 squares then," I absently replied, trying to ignore the awful atmosphere in the supermarket.
Right, well, I'll pick up the dreaded green item for you.
Michaela said, pausing for a few seconds.
See, why were you worrying? You got a broadsword.
I laughed, momentarily forgetting my unease. What am I going to do with a broadsword?
Sword stuff?
My sister said. Broad stuff? I asked.
Exactly. Alright, Grumpy, choice card. You pass a red lake at great pace, moving an extra 2 squares forwards. You grimace at the unknown liquid beside you, and hands emerge from the depths. you watch as two drowning souls burst through the surface, begging to be rescued. Do you save the rabid fox or the lamb?
That's all that it says, I asked, wondering about rewards and punishments.
That's all it says.
I sighed, eyeing a neat stack of margarita pizzas in the supermarket's freezer. Well, I don't see how it affects the game, but I suppose I should save the lamb. Yeah, I'll save the lamb.
Cool. Well, it's your go, Grandma. Hurry up and come home, Emmett. I don't want to call you every time it's your turn.
Am I on speaker? I asked.
No.
How's Grandma? I found myself asking quietly, thinking about the Brands Grove Oats bar.
Oh.
Michaela said.
Yeah, she's fine. Still seems aware enough to play. It was sad that she forgot even buying the game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I said. Does she still seem happy, not just lucid? I mean, does she look uncomfortable at all?
She's fine, Emmett.
My sister promised.
She probably just wants some food, eh? Yeah, in fact, she says, my stomach is growling rather loudly. Oh, Grandma just told me off for being cheeky.
I laughed. Yeah, that's karma, all right. I'll see you soon. After the call ended, I picked up 3 pizzas and swiftly returned to reality. The icy reality of a silent supermarket in a silent town. Fear crept back into my bones as I passed a dozen hollow aisles, each scorched by the battering glare of overhead lights. I thought of the way that place had lured me inside, the only light in the dark. However, with nothing to accompany me but blinding lights and the muted hum of refrigerators, I started to long for the safety of the shadows. Started to feel exposed in the well-lit supermarket, and I still hadn't shaken that idea of being eyeballed by something. And then when I reached the self-checkout registers at the far end of the store, something unexpected met my gaze. A bawling woman, face buried in her hands, wearing a bright red uniform and a name tag with illegible text. I wasn't relieved to see another human, and that had nothing to do with the shop worker's tears. I'm an empathetic man, but the crying lady sparked no natural human instinct to rush forward and comfort her, for I sensed she wasn't human. And too frightened to make sudden movement, I feigned ignorance and scanned my pizzas, trying to hide trembling hands. However, I struggled to ignore the woman. I wanted to shoot past her without uttering a word, straight out of the shop to my car and then back home, but I did something foolish. Something that defied my will as something habitual. Are you okay? I weakly asked, clutching my bag tightly. At that moment, standing only a few yards away from her, I realized that she was laughing through the tears. Well, it was something adjacent to laughter. Something so close to an emotion that one might call happiness, but not really an emotion at all. That smile peeking from beneath her hands was a warning. And I realized, as much as I had wanted to stay calm, that I had to move. I veered to the side of the woman, but she sharply lowered her hands as I passed. I yelled. Above the worker's drooling grin, shadowed by a brow ridge, there were skin-covered dips that didn't hold eyes, and a nose that was a misshapen lump, merging with the taut flesh of pale cheeks. Her face is nothing but a beaming smile. The words from that choice card pounded in my head, as I had known on some subconscious level before arriving in the town there was something wrong with the game, something that had spilled into reality. The woman started to laugh, entire body twitching, and then she pounced. I yelped as her hand swiped at me, catching my wrist, and then I turned, blood staining my sleeve, and I ran through the store. "What would you like?" she hysterically cried, audibly closing the distance between us. "I'll see whether we have it in the back." My legs ached from overexertion as I burst through the automatic doors, followed by an otherworldly cackle that escaped the supermarket. I ran to the car, fumbling with my keys, and then clumsily opened the door and jumped into the driver's seat. As I locked everything, I expected to lift my head and face the inhuman shop worker. sprawled on my bonnet or pressed against the side window. However, the abomination hadn't left the store, and more eerily than that, the building had plunged into darkness, much like the rest of the town. The dim moon and the soft hue of my car's headlights offered the only illumination in town as I burnt tarmac in an eager exit. It was as I left the village that my eyes caught something in the rearview mirror, a fleeting shape that I viewed as a trick of the mind, much like whatever else I had experienced. The dark outline of a man, hundreds of yards behind my car, striding with purpose down the middle of the road. My eyes shot back to the windscreen and I attempted to control my breathing, but as I followed empty country roads back to Grandma's house, an unwelcome thought entered my mind. The possibility that the three of us may be the only living people left on Earth. And given what I had experienced, that idea didn't seem deranged. In fact, I fearfully wondered whether we were still on Earth at all. After I rolled onto the driveway, I sat in the car for a few minutes, pizza sitting on the seat beside me, hard sitting on my tongue. I thought of the woman in the supermarket, the lack of facial features other than that horrid mouth, the terrible laugh which had tagged me. These are all things that have rational explanations, I told myself. The man in the road, even the sense of being watched. I picked up the shopping bag, painted my face with a false smile, and I opened the car door. For Grandma and Michaela, I had to hold it together. For them, I had to finish the game. I knew in my gut that there was no stopping it, as much as I longed for us to run away, but I would do my best to shield them from the horror. "I'm back," I announced as I had entered the house. Finally, my sister called from the living room. Grandma and I gained some juicy items during our turns. I got pepper spray and a winter coat. She got a rope and a pair of running shoes that let her move 3 squares per turn. She'll reach the house during the next round, and we'll be there in only a few more. I nodded stiffly, sitting down and immediately pushing my piece 2 squares forwards. Grandma was 3 squares away from the house. Michaela and I were both 6 away, nearly there. Fortunately, I landed on a red square and narrowly avoided an event space. I drew an armor card which promised to protect against 1 negative outcome, and then I faced a choice between moving forward 1 space, but losing 2 of my items, or moving back 1 space. The latter would have taken me to the event square, so I chose the former, discarding my torch and blanket. "Oh no, how will we win now?" My sister laughed, pushing Peter forward 1 space. "Right, you to go, Grandma." She smiled. "Well, I suppose I moved too. I don't know." "No, you've won, Grandma," I said, pushing her piece over the line. "With your running shoes, you move 3 squares to the house. It's just Michaela and me now." "And I'm gonna be braver than you, Emmett," my younger sibling announced, pushing her piece 2 squares forwards. "A green event square. Uh-oh, but I'm only 4 away from victory." I fearfully held my tongue as Michaela picked up both an item and a choice. "A muddy rag," she laughed, tossing the item card into her pile and then reading her choice card. "You face the ones you fear, the ones you thought you would avoid at the week's end, at the island's end, and you realize that time is up. You flee no more, you fight. Do you wield a weapon moving backwards a space, or do you take the pain moving forwards a space?" How did it know? My sister started to sweat, face contorting into the same expression of agony that I had worn an hour earlier. "Just a strange coincidence," I lied, still hoping to shield Michaela. "What do you choose?" "I don't know," she whispered. "I'm not sure that I want to keep playing." "No," I harshly interjected, before adopting a gentler tone in response to these shocked expressions. Sorry, Look, Grandma's finished. Let's cross the line, Michaela, let's. What's up with you?" My sister interrupted, a voice trembling. "You've been weird ever since we started playing.
And now that I've drawn this card, I feel weird too. I think it might be time for bed, Grandma blankly said. We have to keep playing, I explained shakily. Please, Michaela, just tell me what you choose. I suggest that you wield a weapon. That sounds safer, better. Fine, I'll wield a weapon, Michaela whimpered, pushing her piece backwards. Does that mean that I don't have to draw the event card? I hope so, I said, pushing my piece 2 squares forwards and landing on a red square. My item card is a horse. It adds 3 squares to everybody's speed for the remainder of the game. So we'll both reach the house in the next round, my sister asked hopefully, eyes swimming with the same petrified realization that I knew lurked in my own. I nodded, reading my choice card. You hover near the edge of the forest, weapon at the ready, but which do you wield? The broadsword or the tire iron? Discard the item that you don't wish to keep. How does it know the items that you have? My sister wheezed. These aren't coincidences, Emmett. And you know something, I can see it in your eyes. What's happening? Is this some horrible joke that you wanted to play on Grandma and me? Did you set up this game? You know that I didn't, I whispered, locking eyes with my sister and finally failing to bury the truth. You feel it too, don't you? There's something wrong with this game, but we need to finish it. I would like to go to bed, our grandmother absent-mindedly said. 1 second, Grandma, I begged, tossing my tire iron into the discard pile, and then pushing Peter 1 square forwards. Final round, your turn, Michaela. Look, you're going to reach the house. Okay, my sister hoarsely nodded, pushing her piece 5 squares past the finish line. Now you. Now me, I said, pushing my piece 4 squares forwards. We've made it, it's over, the games. The final event card, Michaela moaned, slicing into my triumphant cry. My blood turned cold. In an eager race to the finish, desperate to put a lid on the game for good, I had forgotten one of the rules. If a player reaches the house, item and choice cards do not need to be drawn. However, if all players have crossed the line, draw 1 final event card to determine your victory or failure. It may be red or green. It's okay, I unconvincingly told my little sister as I picked up the red event card. What does it say? She asked, stifling tears. It's time to put your decisions to the test. You have chosen the routes and now your bodies must match your words. Before anybody else uttered a word, all light vanished, not only overhead but outside. It was deeper and darker than that, of course. The world was gone, replaced by one devoid of color. Grandma, Michaela, I screamed into the darkness. There came no reply from either of them. Instead, the creaking of large metallic doors broke both the silence and the blackness, filling my world with light once more. A man and a woman entered the space in which I stood, an impressive factory floor filled with large, round containers. It appeared to be some sort of processing plant, a humongous machine made of high-speed steel and topped with a sharp-edged funnel. It rocked on its legs in the center of the room. The metal beast was grinding oats fed into the machine by an intersecting assembly line. How I had found myself in that place I didn't know, and my heartbeat only quickened as the man and woman stared right through me. Though I did not recognize him, I recognized her from old photographs. It was a younger version of Grandma, perhaps only a year or 2 older than me. You will learn, Annabelle, the man who seemed a couple of decades older bellowed violently. He grabbed a clump of my grandmother's hair and dragged her towards the churning machine in the center of the room. I called to her, rushing forward, but neither of them heard me. Neither of them saw me. And my hand slipped through wispy, intangible colors as I swiped at the malevolent man, who wore a filthy vest and stained jeans. Please, Gerald, my grandma begged, sobbing as the man yanked her towards the running grinder.
I could do it, you know, he whispered, feeding her hair into the funnel mere inches from the teeth of the grinder. I'd put you in one of my chocolates and nobody would know. It would be our little secret. For the next few months, I would gradually eat my way through you. Your meat would fill 1,000 bars. Gerald, Grandma cried as he started to taunt her, lowering his handful of her blonde locks into the open funnel. You're not thinking clearly. Let's just go to bed, okay? It's just one of your bad days. Every day with you is a bad day. No wife of mine will entertain wild ideas of working in the city. If you were to let others gaze upon you, I would do something worse than this, Belle. Something far worse. Better that it end this way, my darling. I'll make it quick. In a moment of violent abandon driven by some primal urge to survive, Grandma transformed from a timid girl into an emboldened fighter. She snatched her husband's lower arm, halting him moments before the first blonde strand was bitten by the frightful metal jaws of the machine. Reflexively, the man's fingers loosened, releasing her hair. Gerald eyed her fearfully, stunned by her sudden countermove. What the devil are you doing, Annabelle? Unhand my arm or I'll make it far slower, far. Before the man finished his sentence, the younger version of my grandmother thrust her husband's hand and arm into the grinder. The man's scream nearly perforated my eardrums. I gulped as his entire right arm was devoured by the machine, his wide mouth and eyes filled with a vile shower of blood and chewed meat, spat out of the befuddled oak grinder. Rapidly losing strength, Gerald feebly wrestled with the machine as it threatened to tug his body over the top of the funnel, but his pain hadn't come to an end. Grandma seized his other arm and she faced little resistance from the wounded monster while slotting the limp limb into the beast. The man's arms were bound to the grinding teeth of the machine for only a few moments, however, before he fell into the hard ground. Grandma froze for that final minute while her husband, left with ragged and tattered stumps on his shoulders, bled out. And after he stopped squirming on the factory floor, my grandmother remained still for a further 2 or 3 minutes, as did I. In spite of the horror that I had already witnessed that night, the evil man's gruesome end is the image which always comes to the forefront of my mind. My younger grandmother surprised me with another layer of terror. I watched as she had heaved the bloody armless carcass over the edge of the raised assembly line, concealing her husband's body in a deep wave of oaths. Gerald's mangled corpse was carried by the flowing stream towards the grinder. It took the man up the slope before finally dumping him into the metallic mouth. Not only what remained of his stumps but his entire body. A reddish rain littered with soft clumps shot upwards as the machine sought to unclog its gullet. With great struggle, however, the grinder managed to process the man, incorporating him into a fresh line of Brands Grove Oats chocolate bars. I didn't see how Grandma covered up her crime, which was truly horrific in spite of its justification, for the room suddenly changed. As if blood had smeared the overhead light bulbs, the factory's white glow had turned red, and Annabelle's appearance had altered. Her trauma had morphed into pure, disbelieving horror as she started to age, started to transition before my very eyes, from a young woman into the elderly lady that I knew, all in a matter of seconds. And then, with a brutal gust that threw the doors open, Grandma's frail form was hurled into the assembly line of oats. We both screamed as she was carried by the brittle current towards the same fate that her husband had met decades earlier. And as she struggled to stay afloat, I saw in her haunted eyes, regardless of the dementia that she understood, that she still recognized what she had done so many years ago. Moreover, she finally saw me. Wherever we were, present or past, she saw me. "Help!" she wailed. "Grandma!" I cried, desperate to save her. But my eyes were drawn to the open factory doors. A second scream had sounded from outside and the doorway revealed a forest, the woodland behind Grandma's house. My chest started to rapidly pound as I distinguished two shapes bobbing clumsily above the tree line, disturbing leaves as they came closer, and two gargantuan heads belonging to things that lurched towards the girl in the grass. She lay in a clearing just before the tree line, arms raised to defend herself from the misshapen horrors. Michaela. It suddenly became clear, the choice that I had already made in Peter's place. The rabid fox and the lamb. My eyes started to water as my legs, propelled by some force beyond my will, carried me towards the factory doors, away from my terrified grandmother who was still being carried by a fearsome flow towards the worrying grinder, towards my sister who awaited the two looming creatures of the forest. Creatures taller than these swaying birch trees, with bodies human yet far from worldly. As the factory doors closed behind me, I swiveled around to find not a building but the field between the forest and Grandma's home. She was gone. I screamed for her, tears staining my face, but Grandma didn't answer my call. Instead, plucked from a dark crevice of the field came a black stallion, one with an eyeless face and skin peeling from its bones, a steed that I didn't want to approach. However, when I noticed the holstered sword tied to its reins and heard another scream from Michaela, I realized that I had already chosen this fate. The horse and the broadsword. I mounted the unholy creature which came from some world below or parallel to ours, and then facing the looming terrors, I booted the stirrups and galloped ahead. The vile entities came into view and I recognized their tattered rags, the navy uniforms from our old high school. Beneath the warped faces with bleeding eyes and terrifying fanged smiles, I sensed something familiar about the monsters. Emmett? My sister gasped as I dismounted the horse, clutching the broadsword in a shaky hand. I tried to stop the tears, tried to swing the blade and bring the nightmare to an end, but some invisible, impenetrable obstacle stood in my way. I let a cry slip free as the abomination started to stagger towards me, the insect standing between them and Michaela. Emmett, she whispered. It said I had to wield it. With eerie case, I found that I had dropped the weapon into my sister's arms and she quickly stumbled to her feet. My head throbbed as I stepped backwards, beads of sweat trickled down my brow. And then Michaela swung the blade, unleashing a petrified screech. The broadsword tore through the pair of lumbering monstrosities, turning them to ashy mounds of blackness. After that, we stood in silence, caught between the forest and Grandma's distant house. Tears stung my eyes as I recalled what I had seen in that vision of a factory. I knew that she was gone, knew despite an evening of untrustworthy visions in a game from another realm, that two things were indisputable. Grandma had died a horrible death, and I had chosen that. They tormented me at school, Michaela finally blubbered, dropping the sword to the ground and running into my arms. And then my sister raised her sleeve, revealing healed scars, the marks of ancient cigarette burns. Not just physically, but my sister tapped her head, sniffling into my jacket. And none of this is real, is it? It's all that awful game that... Oh, it's real, I interrupted. Grandma's dead and I killed her. You chose to save me, Michaela finished, finally understanding. You didn't know what you were choosing. I know, I whispered. She clutched me tightly. Have we finished the game, Emmett? We all reached the house, we completed the final event, My sister wasn't interrupted by a sound, but a dull ringing, one that replaced all other noise. In my peripheral vision, I saw Michaela's lips continue to move, but I heard only static. A flurry of wasps in my brain, swarming to signal the arrival of something from a place beyond hell. I eyed a dark shape that emerged from the tree line, a silhouette that I recognized from earlier in the evening. He was little more than a black outline, but the motion of his form was well communicated. He was strolling with insidious intent, strolling towards us, or rather towards the house. My head snapped around to face Grandma's property hundreds of yards behind us. "Run," I yelled. My sister lifted her head, eyes not quite meeting the forest, but I know that she saw it. She pretended not to see, but I read her face. There were no words from either of us, only a limb-tearing sprint across the field. The horse had abandoned us, so we had to rely on our own feet. As a pumping pulse filled my ears, I told myself that we had by far outpaced Peter. By the time that we had reached the house's back gate, I expected him to have hardly made it to the field's midway point. The back door had unlatched again, so I hurried my sister inside and turned to lock the exit. But Michaela and I screamed together, both soundlessly, much as I had at the start of the night, when I had first seen that unseen thing in the forest. We stood with mouths agape, paralyzed. Walking across the paving slabs, having passed through the garden gates without making a sound, was a man whose form remained shrouded by shadows, inexplicably shrouded. Even in such dim light, some of his features should have been revealed, but he was nothing, not even the color of his game piece. Peter was a strolling silhouette, moving at a glacial pace, yet having somehow closed the gap between us. I slammed the door shut with a primal cry, and then Michaela and I held each other, quaking in the hallway as the back porch creaked beneath approaching footsteps. Measured footsteps. Through the distorted window pane, that silhouette came into view. It stood, a tall form warped by the glass, and faced the door, eyeing us as if it had eyes. And then after only a few seconds he turned and walked away with that same pace. We were left with only a gash on my wrist and Grandma's disappearance to prove that any of it had in fact happened. Still, Michaela and I told folk that our grandmother had let herself out of the house while we slept. It was a symptom of her unwell mind. She was not seen again, and they would not believe the alternative without seeing what we saw. Over the following weeks, we tried to disprove the message of the underside of the box. Michaela and I set the game ablaze. We tried to cut it to pieces, tried all our imaginations could conjure. But nothing worked. It was impenetrable. In the end, I agreed to store it in my dorm room. I didn't want to dump it somewhere. Don't want to live with the guilt of passing it on to another unsuspecting soul. You can't kill it. Don't play it. Even after our victory, an itch remains in the back of my mind. The thought that it never ends. One day, Peter will have his place.